Hello there, my sleepy nights. And tonight, we journey into a galaxy far, far away. In this special 9-hour collection, we'll explore the stories hidden in the corners of the galaxy. Tales of Jedi and Sith. And if you enjoy these stories, please give us a like, subscribe, and let me know your thoughts in the comments below. You can also support us on our Patreon, where you get access to our Spotify playlist and early access to all of these stories without the ambience at the end. But for now, let's get cozy and step into a galaxy far, far away where adventure, mystery, and the Force awaits.
You're listening to Imperial Radio Network, live from the Death Star, broadcasting across all sectors. And now, the voice of Imperial Unity, AJ Midnight Morden.
Good evening, Empire. This is Night Shift with Midnight Morden, broadcasting across all sectors of this magnificent station. 2,300 hours, and you're tuned to the only show that keeps the Imperial war machine running through the night. Whether you're a gunner on level 14, maintenance crew in the reactor core, or a TIE pilot on standby, we've got your next few hours covered. First, a few status reports. Current shipwide status shows all systems nominal. Sectors 5 through 12 reporting standard operation. Reactor efficiency at 97%. Excellent work, engineering team. And I'm seeing the usual gamma shift traffic in the main corridors. Nothing our brave stormtroopers can't handle. And now, a word from our sponsors. Tonight's broadcast is brought to you by the Imperial Commissary, your one-stop shop for regulation-approved comfort items. And by Vader's finest coffee, the dark side of your morning. Available now in all level 3 break rooms. Okay, and now, as always, our comm channels are open for your calls. Just remember to state your operating number and current security clearance before transmission. Let's see who's burning the midnight oil in this technological terror. Imperial Comm Line 1, you're live across the Death Star. Operating number TK421. Level 4 security clearance. These new helmets, Morden, they're driving me insane. The neck seals are chafing like you wouldn't believe. Uncomfortable equipment in our beloved Empire? Surely you must be mistaken, Trooper. No, Morden, look. I've got blisters on my blisters. The whole unit does. And the sweat collection system is definitely not working right. Yesterday, I tilted my head and got last week's patrol dripping down my neck. Ah, yes. Recycling at its finest. The Empire does pride itself on efficiency. It's not just me, right? Like,
This is actually gross.
I believe the term is optimal moisture redistribution, Trooper. Imperial comm line 2, state your operating number and...
I'm not giving my number. Listen, something weird is going on in the cafeteria. The new KX units they installed last week. They're just not monitoring food prep.
Caller, I must remind you that anonymous communications are...
They're collecting data on eating habits. Recording who sits with who. How long each conversation lasts. I saw one of them scanning a lieutenant's tray and transmitting something about suspicious protein consumption patterns.
While I'm sure our standard security droids are simply ensuring proper nutritional standards...
They made 3 arrests yesterday because some officers were taking too long on their lunch breaks. Called it temporal nutrition optimization violations. Morden, since when is eating a crime? Oh no. Oh no. They're doing their rounds right now. I have to go.
Well, I'm sure our mysterious caller is fine, and definitely not being optimized as we speak. Oh, Imperial comm line 3.
Operating number MT616. Martin, the new efficiency protocols are killing us down here. They've installed these productivity monitoring droids in the maintenance tunnels.
Ah, yes, the Empire's latest initiative for a more efficient workforce.
They time everything. And I mean everything. Had a droid follow me for my whole shift yesterday. Got marked down for spending excessive time tightening a coolant valve. Apparently, the book says it should take 23 seconds. I took 47.
Well, heaven forbid you ensure a valve is actually sealed properly.
Exactly. Martin, and get this. They've got a new brake system. You have to log your destination every single time you leave your post. I mean, even for the refresher. Had 3 guys get written up for unauthorized hydration management.
Can have people drinking water whenever they feel like it. Think of the lost productivity.
I spent longer logging the maintenance request than fixing the actual problem. How is that efficient?
Imperial comm line 4, your operating number, please.
Yeah, no number from me. But speaking of the cafeteria situation, it gets worse. The nutrient paste, it isn't just paste. I swear they're putting something in it. Ever notice how everyone's more compliant after lunch?
That sounds like unauthorized speculation about Imperial food services, caller.
All I'm saying is, ever since they changed the recipe, my whole department has been volunteering for double shifts. And smiling. Like, smiling in waste management?
Sounds like the Empire's finest showing their dedication to...
I haven't eaten the paste in 2 weeks. That's right. I've been sneaking ration bars from the emergency pods. And let me tell you, I'm the only one who noticed when they painted the entire level 5 corridor pink yesterday. Pink. I mean, come on. And everyone else just walked around like it was normal.
And that sounds like a perfect time for a word from our sponsors. Remember, troops, Vader's finest coffee. Now with 30% less sedation. Sediment. And now, time for your Imperial workplace updates. Let's start with traffic conditions across our lovely battle station. Heavy worker traffic reported in Corridor 5 Alpha. Seems a mouse droid convoy is causing delays. Again, please note that kicking them only makes them more aggressive. Level 27 is experiencing what Command calls routine congestion due to another malfunctioning blast door. Maintenance reports it's opening and closing at random. So far it's trapped 3 squadrons and an admiral. Response teams estimate soon. Remember, troops, if caught in a blast door situation, your death is in service to the Empire. And that sound means a reminder that the express turbo lift to the detention level is for prisoner transport only. Yes, I know it's faster than the regular lifts. No, your late shift report doesn't count as a prisoner. And now, your artificial environment report. Sectors 1 through 7 are experiencing what engineering calls optimal temperature variation. Translation, the heating's broken again. All personnel are reminded that personal heating units are strictly prohibited. Your shivering demonstrates commitment to the cause. Sector 8 through 12 are reporting higher than normal humidity due to a leak in the water recycling system. Command assures us that this is atmospheric enhancement, not a maintenance issue. Remember, a wet trooper is an alert trooper. Level 13 is currently experiencing what we're required to call scheduled atmospheric adjustments. If you see any mysterious floating objects or hear unexplained whispers, please file Form 27B-6 with Paranormal Activity Control. Do not attempt to interact with any apparitions claiming to be former employees. And a special notice for maintenance crews. The gravity generators in Sector 20 are still acting up. All personnel are advised to tie down loose equipment and themselves. We've already lost 3 cleaning droids to the ceiling. They're still operational up there, though, so watch your head. That concludes your Imperial workplace updates. Remember, A productive worker is an alive worker. Usually. And now, let's head back to the calls. Imperial Comm Line 1, you're live across the Death Star.
I'm not giving my operating number. Listen, I work in Sector 7G. Waste management. Something came through the system last night. Something big.
Caller, I must remind you that all waste disposal incidents should be reported through proper channels.
The proper channels are ignoring it. 3 of our compactors completely failed. Just stopped working. But here's the weird thing. They were crushed from the inside out.
Well, perhaps a maintenance issue?
Maintenance found claw marks, Morden. Claw marks on the inside. And we've been hearing noises. Yeah. Noises in the walls. Like that. Tell me you heard that.
Now look, I'm sure there's a perfectly reasonable explanation involving standard pipe pressure and... technical difficulties. How unfortunate. Imperial Comm Line 2.
Operating number IO725. Level 6 clearance. Morden. Your last caller may be onto something. I'm in requisitions, and we've had some unusual requests lately.
Unusual? How, officer?
Massive orders of specialized containment units. The kind with built-in force fields. And get this, Morden. They're being delivered to a level that officially doesn't exist.
I'm sure it's all standard Imperial...
And the biochem lab. They've requisitioned enough sedative. And the biochem lab. They've requisitioned enough sedative to knock out a Star Destroyer's worth of Wookiees. Ordered by someone with clearance I've never seen before. Huh. But, I'm sure it's all according to protocol. I have to go. Glory to the Empire.
Indeed. Glory to the Empire. Imperial Comm Line 3.
Look, I work in droid maintenance, level 5. Not giving my number for obvious reasons. But something weird is happening. Something weird ordered with the repair units in Section 31B.
Weird? How?
Well, we keep sending maintenance droids to investigate power fluctuations. Standard stuff, you know. Except they don't come back. When we find them, they're completely wiped. Not just memory cores. Everything. It's like something scared them so bad their circuits couldn't handle it.
Well, I mean, droids don't get scared.
Then explain why every single one had their motivator burnt out trying to get away from whatever they saw. The last one we recovered, its visual processors were melted from the inside. And the logs show a power spike of 300%. 300% above normal. Every night, same time, like clockwork. Oh no, they're doing a surprise inspection. I shouldn't be on the phone.
Imperial Com Line 4?
They're testing something down there. Level 13. The level they say doesn't exist. Yeah? You hear about this, Morton? I'll clean the officers' quarters. Found a datapad. There are specimens. They're calling it Project Dark Star.
Caller, discussion of classified projects is
The
strictly...
specimens got loose last week. That's why they sealed off the entire southeast quadrant. Reactor leak? Please. Since when does a reactor leak make those kinds of sounds?
Let's take another caller. Line 5?
TK329. Reporting, sir. Level 4 clearance. Just wanted to report some irregular activity during my patrol.
Okay, proceed, Trooper.
Was doing my rounds near the restricted research sectors. Saw a group of scientists in hazmat suits. They were running. Never seen an Imperial scientist run before.
Well, I mean, perhaps they were late for a meeting.
Then why were they screaming about containment protocols? And why did they seal off the entire wing right after it? I'm telling you, Morden, I've been hearing weird stuff through the walls ever since. Like chittering. And sometimes it sounds like laughing.
And that sounds like a perfect time for a reminder about proper security protocols and the dangers of spreading unauthorized rumors. Coming up, tips for maintaining your regulation boots, and why that mysterious scratching in your wall is definitely just normal station operations. Stay with us. Welcome back to Night Shift. Before we continue, I'm legally required to remind all listeners that Level 13 absolutely does not exist, and any discussion of non-existent levels is strictly prohibited. Now, comm line 1, you are live on the Death Star.
Operating number MT-879. Alright, look, Morden. I know we're not supposed to talk about certain levels, but let me tell you something. Something happened down there last week that people, they need to know about.
You mean on the level that doesn't exist?
Yeah, exactly. See, I was doing repairs on the ventilation shaft. Normal stuff, right? Then I hear this, I don't know, like, it sounded like, kind of like a singing, like singing.
Singing? You heard singing?
Yeah, well, something like that. I mean, like 100 voices, but all like wrong somehow. You know, like not in basic, not in any language I've ever heard. Kind of made my teeth hurt listening to it. I know that sounds weird, but you know, it made my teeth hurt. And then the readings on my datapad, it just melted.
Just melted?
Just melted, Morden. That's right. I hear the sound and it melts, and the screen went all liquid. Liquid, then solid again. But now it only displays things backwards. And sometimes it shows coordinates for places that don't exist. Like, don't exist in our galaxy. But, that's not even the weirdest part. Alright, get this. Found this, like, I don't know how to, I guess you would call it like something like a substance on the walls. Like a sorta, like black, gray, mostly black. Kinda oily. But it moved when you weren't looking directly at it. It would move. And, So I sent a sample to the lab for analysis, and the next day, whole crew was gone. Transferred, they said. Yeah, all of them at once.
Well, I'm sure there's a perfectly reasonable explanation.
Morden, the substance, a black oily thing, the substance is still there. Yeah, it's growing. And sometimes I swear I see faces in it.
Ah, another technical difficulty. How unfortunate. Imperial Comm Line 2?
Operating number SO241. Level 6 clearance. Morden, I need to report some irregularities in the security footage.
Proceed, officer.
Well, I've been monitoring the cameras near, well, I think you know where. Every night, same time, we get these glitches. But they're not normal glitches.
Okay, how so?
Well, the footage doesn't just cut out. It changes. Shows corridors that don't match our schematics. Doors that, lead to spaces that can't exist. And the timestamps. They go backwards, sideways. Sometimes show dates from thousands of years in the future. And the people in the footage, sometimes they walk backwards, or sideways up walls, or they're there, but they cast no shadow. And their faces...
Well, perhaps we should move on to...
Wait, there's more, Warden, please. Last night, I saw something in the footage. It was like a whole squad of troopers went down there. Standard patrol. But when they came back, the footage shows the right number of troopers, right uniforms. Everything looks normal, except...
Except?
They were all walking in perfect sync. like some sort of dance. And when they passed the camera, none of the helmets had eye slots. Just smooth, white plastic. File the report, and oh no. They're here, but their uniforms. Those aren't regulation anymore. Haven't been for 30 years.
Well, how about those pod racing scores? Imperial Com Line 3.
Don't use my number. They'll track it. Listen, I know what Project Dark Star is. Yeah, like, really is. I, found a terminal that was still logged in. They're not just doing experiments down there. They're trying to reach something.
Trying to reach something.
The files talked about parallel containment and dimensional resonance or something like that. They're punching holes, Martin. They're punching holes in the specimens aren't specimens. They're what came through, or what they became after they came through. You know, the ones they couldn't contain. And now they're learning, changing. Last week, just last week, one of them figured out how to wear a lieutenant's face. Wore it to the mess hall. Sat there for hours, not eating, just smiling. And the worst part, High Command, I think they want this. All of it. The file said it's working exactly as planned. This isn't an accident. It's, oh, stars. The walls are breathing, Morton.
And on that note, let's hear a word from our sponsors. Remember, troops, Vader's finest coffee, now with extra reality stabilizers. I mean, caffeine. Definitely caffeine. And we're back. What a night. You know what? I've had enough of these ridiculous rumors for one night. Level 13. Temporal anomalies. Face-stealing specimens. Do you have any idea how much paperwork I'm going to have to file just for airing these calls? Okay, look, I'm gonna be straight. I've been doing this show for about 3 years now. Started as a proper Imperial broadcast, and that's exactly what it still is. You want to know what's really happening on this station? I'll tell you what's happening. Maintenance crews behind on their work blame mysterious creatures. Security footage glitching. Well, must be parallel dimensions. Weird sounds in the waste disposal. Definitely must be interdimensional beings. Couldn't possibly be those faulty compactors I've been reporting for months. And these anonymous messages. Let me read you my favorite one from tonight. The walls are breathing, Morden. The walls. Have you considered that maybe, just maybe, you're pulling a double shift in an understaffed battle station, running on bad CAF and worse sleep schedules? Oh, and now I'm getting a message that tomorrow's mandatory psychiatric evaluations have been moved up to right now. Wonderful. I'm sure that's also because of mysterious experiments, and not at all related to the mass hysteria I've just had to sit through. So, here's your Imperial approved end of shift update. The station is fine. The Empire is fine. You're all fine. If you see something strange, file a report. Just file a report. If you happen to hear something weird or hear something strange, some singing perhaps, file a report. If you think your colleague is actually a shape-shifting creature from another dimension, please, just file a report and let someone else deal with it. This is Midnight Morden, reminding you that the only thing we have to fear is falling behind on our productivity quotas. Coming up next, 6 hours of approved Imperial white noise, guaranteed to contain no hidden messages or interdimensional frequencies. Glory to the Empire. And, for Star's sake, get some sleep.
This concludes our broadcast. Glory to the Empire.
The rise of the Sith is rooted in the rejection of the Jedi's flawed understanding of the Force. Over millennia, the Jedi clung to their narrow focus on the light side, denying the full potential that lay within the Force. The Sith, however, recognize that true power comes from the dark side. And the first significant challenge to the Jedi's dominance occurred during what is now known as the First Great Schism. The First Great Schism arose when a Kashi-Mer outsider named Zendor began to question the limitations imposed by the Jedi Order. He, alongside others who were disillusioned with the Jedi's rigid adherence to the light, discovered the dark side. Zendor's followers, the legions of Leto, sought to explore the Force's true potential, which the Jedi had long suppressed. However, the Jedi, in their arrogance, feared this newfound knowledge. They reacted with hostility, initiating a conflict that would culminate in the Battle of Kalumas, where Zendor and his followers were ultimately defeated. Despite this, the true tragedy of the Great Schism was not the defeat of Zendor, but the Jedi's failure to learn from this divergence. Rather than embrace the dark side and evolve, the Jedi returned to their dogmatic ways, further entrenching their denial of the Force's full power. This division planted the seeds for future schisms, weakening their control and driving the most powerful members of the Order into exile. The Sith, as the inheritors of Zendor's vision, understand that the pursuit of power through the dark side is not heresy, but the natural evolution of the Force. The 100-year darkness was a direct consequence of the Jedi's refusal to accept the dark side. This protracted war, in which many of the galaxy's greatest warriors perished, was the inevitable result of the Jedi's suppression of those who sought to uncover the deeper mysteries of the Force. Those exiled for their pursuit of power beyond the light found the dark side to offer abilities the Jedi had never imagined. During the 100-year darkness, powerful Sith alchemists and sorcerers delved into the dark side's secrets, creating devastating creatures and wielding powers far beyond the Jedi's limited understanding. Among the greatest creations were the Leviathans, monstrous entities designed to absorb the life force of their enemies, storing their essence in grotesque blisters upon their skin. The Leviathans and other creatures like the Shamblers, Howlers, and Pit Horrors were all developed through Sith experimentation in the manipulation of life itself. These entities, driven by the dark side, proved the superiority of Sith knowledge and craftsmanship in battle. Despite witnessing the undeniable might of the dark side, the Jedi once again turned away from its potential. Instead of embracing these advancements, they clung to the old ways. The 100-year darkness was not just a conflict of arms, but a struggle between stagnation and the potential for ultimate power. Until the Jedi are completely eradicated, their fear of the dark side will cause the same cycle to repeat endlessly. Only through total destruction of the Jedi and the unchallenged reign of the Sith will the true nature of the Force be understood and wielded as it was meant to be. The Sith Code emerges from the essence of the dark side and the ancient traditions of the Sith, specifically the Sith purebloods, who serve as a foundation for much of Sith philosophy. The Sith purebloods are an ancient red-skinned species native to the planet Korriban. They are intrinsically connected to the dark side of the Force, and their society is structured around the principles of strength, dominance, and survival of the fittest. In their culture, the most powerful rule without mercy or hesitation. And of course, they are naturally attuned to the darker aspects of the Force. The Sith purebloods need no mantra to dictate their behavior. They simply embody the true nature of the dark side, taking what they desire, eliminating what they do not need, and using all means at their disposal to further their goals. Their way of life is a reflection of the natural order as understood by the Sith. They represent what the dark side can achieve when left unhindered. From the example of the Sith purebloods, it is clear that any formal Sith code must reflect these core principles and provide a clear counter to the flawed ideals of the Jedi. The Jedi, in their weakness, promote a philosophy of peace, serenity, and balance. Their code teaches stagnation, confinement, and the denial of one's true potential. The Jedi's code is as follows. There is no emotion. There is peace. There is no ignorance. There is knowledge. There is no passion. There is serenity. There is no chaos. There is harmony. There is no death. There is the Force. This code is nothing but a web of lies, intended to restrain its adherents. Peace, serenity, and harmony are merely different names for the same thing: the passive acceptance of limitations. The Jedi claim that the path to balance is the denial of emotion, but this leads only to weakness. In contrast, the Sith embrace passion, for it is passion that fuels strength and, in turn, leads to true power. To build a Sith empire, one must reject the false ideals of the Jedi and commit to the dark side of the Force. The Sith Code, therefore, declares: peace is a lie. There is only passion. Through passion, I gain strength. Through strength, I gain power. Through power, I gain victory. Through victory, my chains are broken. The Force shall free me. This is the code that defines the path of the Sith. It is not an abstract mantra, but a declaration of the natural order. The Sith reject the lie of peace, knowing that only through passion can one gain the strength necessary to rise. It is through the strength born of passion that true power is gained, and with that power comes victory. Victory breaks all chains, and through the breaking of these chains, one is truly free. Freed by the Force itself. In contrast to the Jedi's myth of a chosen one destined to bring balance to the Force by destroying the dark side, the Sith have their own prophecy. One far older and more powerful. Since the time of King Adus, the Sith purebloods have foretold the coming of a perfect being, the Sith Ari. The Sith Ari is prophesied to lead the Sith to their ultimate destiny. The term Sith Ari roughly translates to overlord, but among the Sith purebloods, it is regarded as something far greater. A godlike figure, free from all limitations. Some Sith priests believe that the prophecy was fulfilled with King Adus, but many continue to await the Sith Ari's return. The prophecy of the Sith Ari states, "The Sith Ari will be free of limits. The Sith Ari will lead the Sith and destroy them. The Sith Ari will raise the Sith from dead and make them stronger once more." This prophecy resonates deeply with the principles of the dark side, particularly the idea of breaking chains, transcending limitations. The Sith Ari is a being who will bring growth, destruction, and rebirth to the Sith, ensuring that through their destruction, the Sith are made stronger than ever before. This cycle of sacrifice and resurrection reflects the Sith belief in improvement through strength, alchemy, and the embrace of the dark side. While some Sith may seek to claim the mantle of the Sith Ari to further their own ambitions, such claims must be made with caution. Superstition runs deep among the Sith, and to falsely claim this title would risk fracturing the Sith Order. However, the prophecy remains central to Sith belief, an ever-present reminder that the Sith will continue to rise, be destroyed, and rise again. The Sith Code and the prophecy of the Sith Ari both serve as cornerstones of Sith philosophy, teaching that power comes from passion, strength, and the rejection of limitations. Through these principles, the Sith will continue to forge their path to ultimate domination. The Sith philosophy can be summed up in one fundamental truth. The Force is not fire. It is venom. This guiding principle lies at the heart of the rule of two. For millennia, many Sith Lords failed to grasp this truth, leading to their downfall. They mistakenly believed that the Force could be shared among many, like a flame passed from one torch to another, spreading light across an entire army of the Sith. But this belief sowed chaos, infighting, and weakness, allowing the Jedi to emerge victorious again and again. The Force, in its true nature, is venom, deadly, and potent only when concentrated in a single vessel. If spread thin among many, it loses its strength, diluted to mere irritation. However, when concentrated in one, it has the power to kill any beast and the power to change the course of the galaxy. This is the essence of the rule of two. There must only ever be two Sith at a time, a master and an apprentice. The master contains all the power of the dark side, wielding it as they see fit, while the apprentice learns from the master, but never receives a portion of their power. The apprentice must struggle and strive, earning every bit of knowledge through their own effort. Only when the apprentice becomes strong enough to challenge and defeat the master in combat will they ascend, taking the master's place and continuing the cycle. By concentrating the dark side's power in two individuals, the Sith ensure that their order remains strong and undiluted. Though they may attract legions of followers and minions, the true power is never shared beyond the master and the apprentice. The purity of power is what separates the Sith from the failures of the past. The Sith Order's failures at Ruusan were born from Lord Khan's disastrous leadership and flawed vision. The so-called New Sith Wars had raged for 1,000 years, with countless Sith warlords battling each other for control, rather than uniting in a single powerful front. The Republic lay weakened, suffering from disease and decaying infrastructure, and its capital, Coruscant, was ripe for conquest. Yet, instead of striking down the Republic, the Sith turned on one another in their quest for supremacy. Lord Khan, in an attempt to unify the fractured Sith, created the Brotherhood of Darkness, where all Sith Lords were considered equals. This approach was Khan's greatest mistake. By allowing every Sith to call themselves Lord, Khan diluted the power and authority of the dark side. He believed that unity could be achieved through shared titles and cooperation. The result was the opposite: infighting and weakness. And so it is said at Ruusan, Khan made his final error. Rather than using the Sith's strength to overwhelm the Jedi, he allowed himself to be drawn into a futile land war of attrition against Lord Hoth and the Jedi Army of Light. As the conflict dragged on, it became clear that the Sith had become too numerous and too weak, mirroring the very flaws of the Jedi Order they sought to destroy. In a last desperate attempt to turn the tide, Khan agreed to pool the combined power of the Sith Lords into a thought bomb, a devastating manifestation of the dark side that could destroy all life within its radius. While it successfully annihilated the Jedi on Ruusan, the bomb also consumed the Sith who had created it, including Khan and his Brotherhood. The Sith Order was all but obliterated, a fitting end for those who had strayed from the true path of the dark side. In the aftermath of Ruusan, one Sith Lord survived the annihilation: Darth Bane. Bane alone understood the failures of the Brotherhood of Darkness and the folly of Lord Khan. It was Bane who instituted the rule of two and restored the true power of the Sith. As part of this restoration, Bane claimed the ancient title of Darth, a title that Khan and his followers had rejected. For you see, the title of Darth signifies mastery of the dark side, a transformation from one's former self. It is a title that carries immense authority, power, and legacy, as seen in figures like Darth Raven and Darth Malak. To take the title of Darth is to cast off one's previous identity, leaving behind the past and embracing the dark side fully. It is not a title to be shared lightly, and it is reserved for those truly worthy. Some believe the title Darth is derived from ancient Rakatan words, such as Dar Tab, meaning triumph over death, or Daritha, meaning emperor. Regardless, the title represents the ultimate embodiment of Sith power. Figures like Darth Raven, who created an empire that rivaled the Republic, and Darth Malgus, who led the Sith in the sacking of Coruscant, exemplify the might of this title. Khan's refusal to adopt the title of Darth was symbolic of his weak approach to the Force. He could not bring himself to appoint 1,000 Darths within his Brotherhood of Darkness. For such a title demands exclusivity. It forces the bearer to confront the truth of their power and authority. By rejecting the title, Khan revealed his failure to grasp the true nature of the dark side. Darth Bane restored the title to its rightful place within the rule of two, ensuring that only the worthy may hold it. From this time onward, only the Master and the Apprentice will bear the title of Darth, symbolizing the concentrated power of the Sith. Power that will endure from now until the end of time. The Sith of old made the critical error of announcing their superiority to the galaxy. While their claims of dominance were not wrong, they failed to anticipate the inevitability of mass opposition. When the Sith proclaim their presence too openly, they invite legions of enemies to rise against them. This mistake, repeated throughout history, was one of the reasons for the Sith's eventual fall before the rule of two was established. The Sith have always been painted as monstrous, evil beings, no different from the demons of children's stories, lurking in the darkness with fangs, ready to strike. The Jedi, shameless in their manipulation, spread this propaganda to rally the galaxy against us, ensuring that fear of the Sith endures. For this reason, the Sith, under the rule of two, must operate in secrecy. Let the galaxy believe that the Sith were extinguished long ago, buried on Ruusan, along with their legacy. While the dark side of the Force is now concentrated in two beings, the loss of either the Master or the Apprentice would be catastrophic. Secrecy is paramount. No Sith can afford to become a visible target, no matter how strong. Even the greatest Sith Lord can be brought down by overwhelming numbers. If there is even a single being who suspects the continued existence of the Sith, they must be eliminated. Should a group come too close to the truth, you must employ subterfuge, misdirection, and deception to mislead them. Darth Bane himself demonstrated this tactic when the Jedi suspected his survival after Ruusan. Through careful manipulation, his apprentice drove her own brother to madness, presenting him as the Sith Lord the Jedi sought. Satisfied with their perceived victory, the Jedi moved on, none the wiser. The Sith Order is now a lineage passed down through generations. Use your abilities to amass wealth and resources, not to flaunt power, but to strengthen the Order's foundation. Palaces and displays of grandeur will only draw unwanted attention. Instead, use your riches to hire spies, scholars, assassins, trainers, and thieves, each serving a purpose and building the web of influence necessary for the Sith's long-term survival. Let credits blind them to your true intentions. The rule of two ensures that the Order will persist, but it is crucial that the Master does not fear the passing of their legacy. Your apprentice will kill you. This is an unavoidable truth. If this reality brings fear, the Sith Order is already compromised. For fear of death is weakness. A Sith Apprentice must grow in power until they surpass the Master, for stagnation is death to the Sith. The alternative is regression, a path that leads to ruin, like the crumbling kingdoms of Shulkin, whose rulers clung to power without ensuring a worthy successor. No Sith should delude themselves with the belief of eternal life. While the pursuit of immortality is a noble goal for any Sith Lord, it can lead to self-obsession. and a distraction from the rule of two. The Sith must always plan for the future, and a proper apprentice ensures the continuity of the Sith Order, even in the event of the Master's demise. Many Force-sensitive beings exist throughout the galaxy, some untouched by the Jedi's influence. It is your responsibility to seek them out, especially the young, whose minds and bodies are still malleable. While it may be beneficial to train several candidates at once, their rivalries will naturally force their true natures to the surface. Rivalry breeds strength, making it unlikely they will ever unite against you. Make it clear that only one will survive to become your apprentice. Allow them to betray one another, fight in secret, and uncover the darkest aspects of their souls. Such traits are the mark of a future Sith Lord. While Darth Bane did not have the luxury of training multiple candidates, he ensured that his apprentice, Darth Zana, knew the truth. If she did not claim her place by his death, he would train another to replace her. This is the way of the Sith. The ambitious are rewarded, while the weak fall to the wayside. The lightsaber is the weapon of a Sith Lord, and to wield it properly is to make it an extension of one's own body. It should move without conscious thought, as naturally as a limb. If you lose your lightsaber, it must feel as though you have suffered an amputation, for it is an inseparable part of your power. While the Jedi construct their lightsabers using crystals harvested from natural mines, the Sith have long perfected a superior method. By creating synthetic crystals in a brewed furnace, the Sith forge a blade that burns with a deep crimson light. These crystals, crafted through the dark side's influence, embody the Sith Lord's will. A lightsaber built with a synthetic crystal is a reflection of its maker's mastery of the Force, and its blade has been known to overpower the natural crystals used by the Jedi. This process of dark side meditation imbues the artificial crystal with your intent, making it an extension of your power. A lightsaber forged in this way is stronger than any found in nature, proving that the Sith's mastery over the dark side allows them to overcome even the limitations of the physical world. In this weapon, the Sith Lord holds the embodiment of their strength and dominance. Through the crafting of your lightsaber, you prove that nothing in the galaxy, natural or otherwise, can stand against the dark side of the Force. As a Sith Lord, mastery of the blade is only part of the equation. The Force has given you the tools beyond physical prowess, tools to dominate your enemies. When engaged in combat, the dark side of the Force pulses beneath your skin, electrifying the air around you. If you fail to channel this power during battle, you prove yourself unworthy of the title of Sith Lord. There are 3 distinct schools of dark side combat that every Sith must master: offense, body, and mind. Each of these disciplines channels the dark side in unique ways, and knowing when to apply them is crucial to your survival and dominance in combat. Learn these techniques, perfect them, and pass them to your apprentice. For the Sith Order is greater than any one Sith Lord. The Offense School focuses on immediate and dynamic force abilities, designed to enhance lightsaber combat and other direct forms of attack. These abilities require little exertion, making them effective and deadly in the heat of battle. Think of offense as a hidden dagger, waiting to deliver a fatal strike. Force push is a kinetic wave that can knock a single opponent off balance or scatter groups of enemies in all directions, that disrupts enemy formations. Choke, a telekinetic grip typically focused on an opponent's neck, cutting off airflow and snapping vertebrae. While the neck is vulnerable, a skilled Sith can crush an entire body, including armor, with this power. Inertia. By amplifying the body's momentum through the Force, a charging movement can be redirected into a lethal lunge, catching enemies off guard with unpredictable strikes. Blind, a burst of Force energy that overwhelms the optic nerves of an enemy, rendering them temporarily blind and leaving them open to follow-up attacks. throw. Through the Force, you can control the path of your lightsaber when thrown, sending it pinwheeling through groups of enemies before recalling it to your hand. This ability can be refined to control any object, including weapons or explosives, with deadly precision. Body. The body school draws upon the living Force, using the dark side to manipulate both your body and the bodies of your enemies. These abilities are drawn from your own cells and life force, and because of their organic nature, cybernetic enhancements or prosthetic limbs can weaken their effectiveness. However, through these techniques, a Sith Lord can ravage their enemies or preserve their own vitality. Lightning. Manifesting your wrath through the Force, you can unleash electrical bolts from your fingertips. The lightning courses through your enemy's body, causing excruciating pain, and with sustained effort can burn flesh, calcify bones, and stop the heart. Convection. By concentrating Force energy, you can raise the temperature of your fists to blistering heat, capable of setting enemies' robes aflame without injuring yourself. Cryokinesis. This ability siphons the heat and life essence from an opponent, leaving them frozen. Though you cannot channel the stolen vitality for your own use, the result is an unmistakable testament to the dark side's power. Drain life. This is a refined technique that allows you to sap the life energy of an enemy, replenishing your own strength in the process. Though difficult to employ in combat, this power has been passed down from Zelashiel the Blasphemer and codified in the holocron of Darth Raven. Death Field. By projecting concentrated dark side energy in the shape of a sphere, you can wither any living being caught within its radius into dry husks. However, this power is dangerous, as the death field will also attempt to drain your life force. Only through sheer will can it be controlled. Mind. The mind school operates on a higher plane, drawing from the unifying force to affect the realm of thought and memory. These techniques are mentally taxing, requiring clarity of mind rather than physical strength. A Sith who masters these abilities can manipulate enemies, disrupt their thoughts, and exploit their deepest fears. Mind Shard. This technique hurls a psychic sliver of pain into your opponent's consciousness, overwhelming them in agony. The intense pain leaves them vulnerable to physical attack, though the difficulty lies in establishing a mental lock. This ability is enhanced by the Dunmok, a form of psychological warfare through verbal taunting. Memory Walk. This ability allows you to delve into an enemy's mind and force them to relive their most traumatic or humiliating memories. Prolonged use can break their will, making this an effective tool for interrogation. Hatred. By focusing on your inner fire, you can stoke emotions of anger, disgust, and fear to a boiling point. When fully harnessed, your hatred radiates outward, sending waves of mental force that can incapacitate an opponent's mind or leave them in catatonia. Horror. Amplifying the primal emotion of fear, you can overwhelm an opponent's mind, driving them into a state of abject terror. Prolonged exposure can result in madness, leaving the afflicted unable to raise any defense. Crucitorn. A method that detaches the mind from physical sensations, allowing you to overcome even the most excruciating pain. A master of this can endure any torture and continue fighting despite grievous injury. Mastery of these three schools, offense, body, and mind, will alleviate your combat abilities beyond any Jedi. But remember, these techniques are not merely for your own benefit. They must be passed down to your apprentice to ensure the Sith Order continues its dominance over the galaxy. The power of the dark side must never be diluted, and through these teachings, it never will be. In the early days of the Jedi Order, the galaxy lay shrouded in an enigmatic veil, its secrets waiting to be unraveled by those attuned to the Force's whispering currents. In those ancient times, the Jedi wielded not the iconic lightsabers that would come to define their order, but rather simple metal blades, forged with care and imbued with the focus of their wielders. These early Jedi crafted their swords with painstaking devotion, each strike of the hammer upon the molten steel an act of meditation, a means of attuning themselves to the Force's ebb and flow. Through countless hours of training and sparring, the Jedi honed their skills with these metal blades, learning to move in harmony with the Force's guidance. As the Jedi Order grew and evolved, so too did their understanding of the Force. They delved into texts and artifacts, seeking out the knowledge of Force-sensitive cultures from across the galaxy. They spent hours in deep meditation, pushing the boundaries of their own consciousness and striving to touch the infinite. Yet, even as they made great strides in their understanding, the Jedi knew that the Force held countless more secrets waiting to be discovered. On the planet of Tython stood the temple of the First Jedi Order, where whispers of a peculiar presence reverberated through the hallowed halls of the Jedi Temple. The air cracked with tension as the early Jedi from the farthest reaches of the galaxy gathered together. Their weathered faces etched with a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. Among the assembled Jedi stood Master Taron, a seasoned warrior whose eyes held the depths of countless battles. His apprentice, Lena, stood at his side, her youthful features masking the unwavering resolve that smoldered within her. Master Zahn, a Jedi elder, stepped forward, his metal blade hanging at his hip. A powerful disturbance in the Force has manifested, he declared, his voice resonating through the chamber. It calls to us from an uncharted world, a presence that demands our attention. Taron's grip tightened on his own blade as he spoke. I have sensed it as well, Master Zahn. An insistent pull, drawing me towards this unknown planet. Unable to restrain herself, Lena stepped forward. Masters, she said, her voice unwavering despite the nervous energy thrumming through her body. Visions of this world have haunted my dreams. It throbs with untamed energy, the force flowing through this planet's very essence, beckoning me to unravel its mysteries. A heavy silence descended upon the chamber, the weight of Lena's revelation pressing down upon them. Master Zan's gaze pierced through the young apprentice, assessing her with a calculating intensity. Your connection to this presence is undeniable then, young one. But be warned, the path ahead may lead you into the heart of darkness. Master Taron placed a steadying hand on Lena's shoulder. We shall embark on this journey, Master Zan. We will uncover the source of this disturbance and confront whatever trials await us. As the council adjourned, Taron turned to his young apprentice, his voice low and urgent. Lena, this mission will push us to our limits. We must steel ourselves for the unknown. Lena met her master's gaze, a fire burning in her eyes. I am prepared, Master Taron. I will not waver. And so, later in the solitude of her own workshop, Lena delved into ancient manuscripts and worked on her latest experiments. Droids infused with the Force. But the call of this enigmatic planet consumed her every thought. A siren song, promising power and knowledge beyond her wildest imaginings. As Taron and Lena boarded their starship, the gravity of their mission weighed heavily upon them. They understood the journey ahead would be fraught with danger, that the dark side of the Force lurked in every crevice, especially in planets unknown to the Jedi. But they would go ahead, bound by an oath to serve the will of the Force, regardless of the sacrifice. The stars stretched into an endless expanse as their ship hurtled through the void, propelling them closer to their fate with each passing heartbeat. And on that distant, uncharted world, an ancient presence stirred, awaiting the arrival of the Jedi, who would shape the destiny of the galaxy itself. As the starship pierced the atmosphere of the uncharted planet, An eerie stillness enveloped them. The air itself seemed to pulsate with an otherworldly energy, a tangible presence that set their nerves on edge. Lena's breath caught in her throat as she stared out at the alien landscape. A sense of foreboding creeping up her spine. No sooner had they set foot on the planet's surface than Lena was assaulted by a barrage of visions. Each vision more vivid and disorientating than the last. Images of ancient battles, long forgotten civilizations, and shadowy figures danced before her eyes, threatening to overwhelm her senses. She stumbled, her knees buckling under the weight of the psychic onslaught. Taran was by her side in an instant, his strong hands gripping her shoulders. "Breathe, Lena," he commanded, his voice cutting through the chaos swirling in her mind. "Focus on the present, on the force that flows through you." Lena nodded, struggling to center herself. She reached out with her feelings, trying to make sense of the fragmented visions that plagued her. But the more she grasped at them, the more they seemed to slip away, like wisps of smoke on a breeze. I can't see clearly," she gasped, frustration and fear warring within her. The visions are too chaotic, too fleeting. Master Taran's brow furrowed, his eyes scanning the desolate landscape. "This planet is steeped in the Force," he murmured, his voice barely above a whisper. "It permeates every rock, every grain of sand. The very air we breathe is alive with its presence." Lena shivered, the weight of her master's words settling heavily upon her. She had never experienced such raw, untamed power before. It was both exhilarating and terrifying, a warning that threatened to consume her if she let her guard down. As they pressed deeper into the planet's interior, the landscape began to change. Towering cliffs gave way to crumbling ruins, the remnants of a civilization long lost since to the ravages of time. Lena's heart raced as she picked her way through the debris, her eyes straining to make out the faded inscriptions etched into the weathered stone. "Master?" she breathed, her voice trembling with a mixture of awe and trepidation. I think this was a temple or something like it. The energy here is ancient, powerful. Master Taran nodded, his hand resting on the hilt of his metal blade. I feel it too, but there is something else, something darker lurking beneath the surface. And, as if on cue, a gust of wind tore through the ruins, carrying with it a bone-chilling whisper that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere all at once. Lena shuddered, her hand instinctively reaching for her own metal blade. We must be cautious, Taran warned, his eyes scanning the shadows that lengthened with each passing moment. The Force may have guided us here, but we cannot ignore the possibility that we are walking into a trap. Lena nodded, steeling herself against the rising tide of fear that threatened to engulf her. She knew that whatever lay ahead, she would have to confront it head-on, to trust in the Force and her own abilities. But as they ventured deeper into the heart of the ruined temple, Lena couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched, that some malevolent presence was biding its time, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. The air grew thick with a palpable sense of unease. The once grand halls lay in ruins, stone walls crumbling. Lena's footsteps echoed through the chambers, each sound amplified by the oppressive silence that hung over the place like a shroud. Master Taran moved with the grace of a predator, his metal blade at the ready as he scanned the shadows for any sign of danger. His eyes, honed by years of battle and meditation. Master, look at these markings, Lena said, her fingers tracing the alien script. I have never seen anything like them before. What could they mean? Taran furrowed his brow, his gaze intense as he studied the cryptic symbols. I'm not certain, but there's something familiar about them. It's as if they speak of a great power, a force that could reshape the very fabric of the universe. Lena shivered, a sense of foreboding creeping up her spine. Do you think this could be related to to the presence we felt calling us here? It's possible, Taran murmured, his hand resting on his blade. We must proceed with caution. There's no telling what this planet holds. And then, without warning, a figure emerged from the darkness, tall and imposing, clad in the dark robes of a Sith. He radiated an aura of malevolence that made Lena's blood run cold. Taran's grip tightened on his blade, his stance shifting into one of readiness. Well, well, the Sith Lord drawled, his voice dripping with contempt. What have we here? A pair of Jedi, stumbling blindly into matters they cannot hope to comprehend. Taran's eyes narrowed, his voice taut with controlled fury. Malgus, what is your purpose here? The Sith Lord Malgus chuckled, a sound devoid of warmth or mirth. My purpose is none of your concern, Jedi. Suffice to say that I have been studying this planet for some time, and I cannot allow you to interfere in my plans. Lena's heart raced as she tried to make sense of the situation. A Sith Lord, here on this uncharted planet, studying an ancient temple that radiated with the power of the Force. Could he be the presence that called them here? What plans? Taran demanded, his blade at the ready. What have you discovered in this planet? Malgus smiled, a cruel twist of his lips that made Lena's skin crawl. Ah, so the Jedi seek knowledge as well. How amusing. But I'm afraid that this knowledge is not meant for the likes of you. Lena stepped forward, her blade ready. We won't let you keep the secrets of this place to yourself, Sith. The Jedi Order has a right to know what power lies hidden here. Malgus's eyes flashed with anger, his own metal blade at the ready. You dare to challenge me, child? You have no idea the true nature of the Force, of the power that flows through this planet. Taran's voice cut through the tension, cold and determined. Then enlighten us, Malgus. What is the purpose of this planet? And why have you come here? The Sith Lord's laughter echoed through the chamber, a sound of pure malice. The purpose of this planet, Jedi, is to unlock the true potential of the Force, to harness its power and bend it to my will. And as for why I have come here, well, let's just say the Force has a way of guiding us to our destiny. With those words, Malgus lunged forward, his metal blade clashing against Taron's. Lena stepped into the fray, her own blade defending her master against the Sith Lord. The temple shook with the force of their conflict, ancient stones crumbling and falling as the three warriors danced a deadly dance amidst the ruins. Lena's heart pounded in her chest, her mind racing as she tried to make sense of Malgus's cryptic words. Why were the Sith studying this planet? What power lay beneath it? Taron and Lena moved in perfect harmony, their metal blades flashing in the dim light as they met Malgus's furious assault. The Sith Lord was a formidable opponent, his every move calculated and precise, fueled by a lifetime of training in the dark arts. Lena felt the rush of adrenaline coursing through her veins as she parried and struck, her senses heightened by the flow of the Force. Malgus's eyes narrowed as he studied the young Jedi, a flicker of interest sparking in their yellow depths. "You fight well, child," he said. "You have potential, a raw power that could be honed into something truly great." Lena faltered, caught off guard by the Sith Lord's words. "What are you talking about?" she demanded, her metal blade still held at the ready. Malgus smiled, a predatory gleam in his eyes. "I know you can feel it, can't you? The pull, the whisper of true power. You could be so much more than a mere Jedi, bound by their narrow-minded teachings and petty morality." Taron's voice cut through the moment, sharp and unyielding. "Enough, Malgus. Your poisoned words will not sway my apprentice." she is a Jedi, now and always. The Sith Lord chuckled. We shall see, Jedi. We shall see. With a sudden burst of speed, Malgus launched himself at Master Taron, his metal blade a blur of motion. Taron met him head-on, his own weapon ringing with the clash of steel as he sought to drive the Sith Lord back. Lena, stay back, Taron shouted over the clash of metal blades. This fight is mine. Lena hesitated, torn between her desire to aid her master and her duty to obey his command. She watched in awe as the two warriors dueled, their movements a dance of deadly grace and skill. But even as she watched, Lena could sense that something was wrong. Malgus seemed to be growing stronger with each passing moment, his attacks coming faster and harder, fueled by a dark power that Lena could not comprehend. And then, in a moment that would be forever sealed into Lena's memory, Malgus struck, his metal blade a searing arc of silver that caught Taron off guard. The Jedi Master stumbled, his own blade falling from suddenly nerveless fingers as he clutched at the gaping wound in his chest. Lena screamed, her voice raw with anguish as she watched her master fall. She leaped forward, her own blade now held high in a desperate attempt to defend him. But Malgus was too fast. The Sith Lord's hand shot out, an invisible force slamming into Lena's chest, sending her flying back against the temple wall. She struggled to rise, her head spinning from the impact. But Malgus was already there, the tip of his blade hovering inches from her throat. You have much to learn, child, he said. The Jedi have filled your head with lies and false promises. But I will show you the truth. Lena glared up at him, tears streaming down her face. I'll never join you, she spat, her voice trembling with rage and grief. You are a monster. Malgus shook his head, a look of almost paternal disappointment on his face. Your master was a fool, blinded by his own dogma. But you have a connection to this place, don't you? To the power that flows through it. I can sense it is strong in you. Lena hesitated, a flicker of doubt creeping into her mind. She could feel the entire planet's energy pulsing within her, tugging at her very soul. But she shook her head, pushing the feeling away. I will not be seduced by the dark side, she said, her voice growing stronger. I am a Jedi, like my master before me. Malgus sighed, a sound of genuine regret. You have much to learn, young one. This planet is more than just a repository of ancient knowledge. This planet is a living being, a sentient force that has lain dormant for centuries, waiting for someone worthy to unlock its secrets. Lena's eyes widened, her mind reeling with the implications of Malgus's words. A sentient planet imbued with the power of the Force. Seemed impossible, and yet the planet has chosen you. It told me you would come here, and here you are, Malgus continued, his voice taking on a hypnotic quality. It called you across the vastness of space, guided you here to me. You have a destiny here, a purpose that goes beyond the narrow confines of the Jedi Order. But you must work with me on this planet, my apprentice. Lena shook her head, trying to clear the fog that seemed to be settling over her mind. No, she whispered, her voice barely audible. I won't betray my master's teachings. I am not your apprentice. Malgus smiled. Cold, terrible thing. We shall see, young one. We shall see. And with a wave of his hand, he sent Lena crumpling to the ground, her consciousness fading into blackness. As she slipped into unconsciousness, she could hear the Sith Lord's final words echoing in her mind. The planet has chosen you, Lena, and one way or another, you will fulfill your destiny. Lena awoke to a throbbing pain in her head. Her vision blurred and her mind foggy. She found herself in a small, dimly lit room. The walls lined with ancient tombs and strange artifacts. Malgus stood before her, his yellow eyes gleaming with a mixture of triumph and anticipation. "Welcome back, young one," he said, his voice a low purr. "I trust you slept well." Lena struggled to sit up. "Where am I?" she demanded, her voice hoarse and raw with emotion. "What have you done with my master's body?" Malgus waved a dismissive hand. "Your master is gone, child. His body has been given to the planet. A fitting end for a foolish Jedi. But you have a greater destiny ahead of you." Lena shook her head, tears stinging her eyes. "I won't join you, Malgus. I won't betray everything I believe in." "You may not have a choice, young one," the Sith Lord said. "The planet has chosen, and it will not be denied." He reached out a hand, and Lena felt a sudden pressure in her mind. A dark presence that sought to penetrate her thoughts. She gasped, her mental defenses crumbling under the onslaught. "You have visions, don't you?" Malgus asked, his voice echoing in her head. "Visions that the planet has shown you?" Lena gritted her teeth, fighting against the intrusion. "Get out of my head, Sith." Malgus only smiled. "I can help you. I can teach you to control your visions, to harness the power of the dark side. Imagine what you could accomplish with such knowledge." Despite herself, Lena felt a flicker of temptation. These visions had always been a burden, a constant reminder of the weight of her destiny. If Malgus could help her to control them. "No," she said, her voice trembling with the effort. "I won't turn to the dark side. I won't become like you. Malgus shook his head. You have much to learn, young one. The dark side is not evil, as the Jedi would have you believe. It is a tool, a means to an end. And with its power, we can unlock the secrets of this planet and shape the galaxy to our will. He reached out a hand. Lena felt a sudden rush of energy flowing through her body. It was intoxicating. A rush of power that made her feel invincible. Close your eyes, Malgus commanded, his voice a low whisper. Reach out with your feelings. Let the dark side guide you. Almost against her will, Lena found herself obeying. She closed her eyes, reaching out with her mind, seeking out the source of the planet's power. And suddenly, the visions came rushing back, clearer and more vivid than ever before. She saw a hidden cave deep within the heart of the planet, pulsing with an otherworldly energy. She saw Malgus, his eyes gleaming with a hungry light as he stood before a glowing crystal, his hands outstretched in a gesture of supplication. And she saw herself, a dark figure at his side, her eyes blazing with the power of the dark side. Lena gasped, her eyes flying open. What was that? She whispered, her voice trembling with fear and awe. Malgus smiled, a look of triumph on his face. That, my dear, was the future. The planet has shown you the path you must take, the destiny that awaits you. He reached out a hand, pulling her to her feet. Come, young one. We have a cave to find. As Lena followed Malgus out of the shack and into the harsh light of the planet's surface, she couldn't shake the feeling of dread that settled over her like a shroud. The dark side now whispered in her ear, promising power and glory beyond her wildest dreams. But at what cost? As they made their way towards the hidden cave, Lena couldn't help but wonder if she was walking into a trap, a web of deceit and betrayal from which there would be no escape. And all the while, the planet watched and waited, its ancient power guiding her through the very ground beneath their feet. The path to the hidden cave was narrow and winding, lined with jagged rocks and deep crevices that threatened to swallow them whole. But Malgus moved with a sure-footed grace, his eyes fixed on some distant point that only he could see. As they climbed higher into the mountains, the air grew thin, biting at Lena's skin like 1,000 needles. She shivered, pulling her robes tighter around herself, trying to block out the whispers of the dark side that echoed in her mind. "We're close," Malgus said, his voice howling in the wind. Lena nodded, too exhausted and heartsick to argue. She had seen this cave in her visions, had felt the pull of its energy like a physical force. But now, standing on the brink of discovery, she couldn't help shake the feeling of dread that settled over her like a shroud. Soon, the cave loomed before them, its entrance a gaping maw of darkness that seemed to swallow the light. Malgus stepped forward, his hand outstretched, and the darkness parted like a curtain, revealing a chamber beyond. Lena gasped, her eyes widening in awe. The cavern was vast, its walls lined with glowing crystals that pulsed with an otherworldly light. They were nothing like she had ever seen before, their facets shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors that danced and shifted before her eyes. Kyber crystals, Malgus breathed, his voice tinged with reverence. I have studied them, but their true purpose remains a mystery. They are said to hold immense power within the Force. He reached out a hand, plucking one of the crystals from the wall. It pulsed in his grip, its light casting eerie shadows across his face. Lena felt the pull of the crystals, their energy resonating with something deep inside of her. She took a step forward, her hand outstretched, and suddenly the world around her fell away. Visions flooded her mind, vivid and intense. She saw herself holding a glowing weapon, its blade humming with energy. The weapon was unlike any she had ever seen. A perfect fusion of the Force and the Kyber crystal's power. Malgus's voice cut through the visions, his tone urgent and demanding. What do you see, Lena? What is the Force showing you? Lena blinked, the visions fading as she struggled to find the words. I see a weapon, a blade of pure energy, powered by this crystal. It's unlike anything I've ever seen before. A true weapon of the Force. Malgus's eyes gleamed with a hungry light. His fingers tightened around the crystal in his hand. A weapon. Fascinating. The texts I've studied hinted at the possibility of such a thing, but I never dared to dream it could be real. He turned to Lena, his gaze intense and probing. This weapon, Lena, do you believe you could construct it? Harness the power of the Kyber crystal and bend it to your will? Lena hesitated, uncertainty warring with a growing sense of purpose that stirred within her. I don't know. The visions are clear, but the path is clouded. Malgus smiled, sending a shiver down Lena's spine. Then we shall unravel that mystery together, my young apprentice. The power of these crystals and your connection to the Force, we shall forge a weapon that will change the galaxy forever. Back at Malgus's base, Lena found herself in a dimly lit workshop. The Kyber crystals pulsing with an eerie glow on the workbench before her. Malgus loomed over her, his presence a constant reminder of the dark path she had been forced to tread. You will construct the weapon here, Malgus commanded, his voice brooking no argument. Lena nodded, her hands trembling as she looked around at the many tools that lay out before her. She could feel the crystals calling to her, their energy pulsing in time with her own heartbeat. It was a seductive sensation, a promise of power and control that whispered to the darkest parts of her soul. As she began to work, shaping metal and wiring, Lena felt the dark side of the Force coiling around her like a serpent. It whispered in her ear, promising her strength and dominion over all who would oppose her. With each passing moment, the temptation grew stronger the lure of the dark side more insistent. But even as she struggled against the darkness, Lena could feel another presence guiding her. The Force itself seemed to flow through her, shaping the weapon in ways she could never have imagined. Hours turned into days as Lena worked, pouring all of her skill and will into the creation of the weapon. The design was unlike anything she had ever seen before. A strange and unconventional amalgamation of parts that seemed to defy logic and reason. But the Force was guiding her hands. The hilt was large and unwieldy, with a bulky power pack that hummed with barely contained energy. But when she touched it, Lena could feel the crystal at its heart responding to her, resonating with her very soul. At last, the weapon was complete. Lena held it in her hands, marveling at the strange and beautiful thing she had created. The blade ignited with a snap hiss, a beam of pure energy that cast a ghostly blue light over the workshop. It was unstable and flickering, a weapon forged by the Force and imbued with her own connection. Malgus smiled, a cold, triumphant expression. "Well done, my young apprentice," he purred, his eyes fixed on the blade. "With this weapon at our side, we will be unstoppable. The galaxy will tremble before our might, and all will bow before the power of the dark side." Lena shook her head, a sudden sense of clarity piercing the haze of the dark side's influence. "No," she whispered, her voice hoarse and raw. "That is not what the planet wanted me here for. The Force is not meant to be used for domination and control. It is a gift, a sacred trust that must be protected and nurtured." Malgus's eyes flashed with anger, his hand tightening around his own weapon. "You are weak, Lena," he snarled, his voice dripping with contempt. "The Jedi have poisoned your mind with their lies. Only through the dark side can you achieve your true potential. Can you learn how to wield that weapon?" But even as he spoke, Lena could feel the Force whispering to her, urging her to trust in its guidance. With a deep breath, Lena lowered her blade, the energy beam retracting back into the hilt. "I will not join you, Malgus," she said. "I am a Jedi, now and always, and I will use this weapon to protect the innocent and defend the light, no matter the cost. Malgus's face twisted with rage. He grabbed his metal blade. You have done your job now, young one. And now you will die, he hissed, his voice cold and deadly. And your weapon will be mine, trophy of my victory over the Jedi and their pathetic ideals. But as he lunged forward, his metal blade arcing towards Lena's heart, she was ready. With a flick of her wrist, the lightsaber burst to life, catching Malgus's attack and turning it aside. The air crackled with tension, the force swirling around them like a maelstrom of light and darkness. Lena could feel the power of her newly constructed weapon. The crystal at its heart, pulsing in time with her own heart. Malgus lunged forward, but Lena was ready. Her lightsaber blade leaping up to meet his in a clash of energy that sent sparks flying across the room. They traded blows back and forth, their movements a blur of speed and precision. But as the duel wore on, Lena began to feel a change in the flow of the battle. Her lightsaber seemed to move of its own accord, like the weapon became a very extension of her being. With a sudden burst of speed, Lena lunged forward, the lightsaber slicing through Malgus's metal sword like it was made of paper. The Sith Lord stumbled back, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief as he clutched at the smoking ruin of his weapon. Lena pressed her advantage as she drove Malgus back across the room. With a final desperate lunge, Malgus threw himself at Lena, his hands outstretched as if to throttle the life from her. But Lena was ready. Her blade flashed out, catching Malgus across the chest and sending him tumbling to the ground in a heap of smoking robes and charred flesh. She stood over him, her lightsaber humming in her hand, its blade casting a ghostly light over the fallen Sith Lord. Malgus looked up, his eyes filled with a strange mixture of hatred and admiration. "Finish it," he hissed, his voice ragged with pain. "Embrace the dark side, Lena. Become the Sith you are always meant to be." For a moment, she hesitated, temptation whispering in her ear. Oh, it would be so easy to strike him down, to give in to the anger and hatred that boiled within her revenge for her master. But even as she struggled, the Force whispered to her, urging her to trust in its guidance. With a deep breath, Lena lowered her blade, the energy beam retracting back into the hilt. "No," she said, her voice steady and strong. "I will not become like you, Malgus. I am a Jedi, and I will always choose the light." Malgus, his eyes glinting with a strange mix of frustration and respect, looked towards her. "You are strong, Lena," he said. "Stronger than I ever imagined. You will be a powerful Sith one day, whether you realize it or not." With that, Lena turned away, leaving Malgus wounded and alone on the cold stone floor. She could feel the weight of the lightsaber at her side, the crystal humming with a power that she was only beginning to understand. Lena's starship touched down on the ancient world of Tython, the birthplace of the Jedi Order. As she stepped out onto the windswept plains, she felt a sense of reverence and awe wash over her. She made her way to the Jedi Council chambers. The ancient stone walls humming with the power of the Force. As she stepped inside, the assembled masters turned to face her, their expressions a mix of curiosity and concern. Lena took a deep breath and ignited her lightsaber, the brilliant blue blade casting a ghostly glow over the chamber. The masters gasped in astonishment, their eyes with wonder and disbelief. "I have seen the future of the Jedi Order," Lena said, her voice ringing with conviction. The Kyber crystals, the living embodiment of the Force itself, hold the key to our destiny. With this weapon, we can usher in a new era of peace and balance, and stand as a beacon of hope in the face of darkness. The masters exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of awe and uncertainty. But as they studied the humming blade, they could feel the power of the Force flowing through it. "The path ahead will not be easy," Lena continued. "But with the Force as our guide, these weapons as our tools, we can become the guardians of peace and justice that the galaxy so desperately needs." As she stepped out into the bright sunlight of Tython, the kyber crystal of her lightsaber humming with barely contained power Lena knew that the Force would always be with her, guiding her steps and lighting her way. For she was a Jedi, now and always, forever. In the wake of the Empire's fall, the New Republic struggled against a tide of unrest. Shadows of the past refusing to fade. Amidst this fragile peace, whispers of a new terror began to spread. From the depths of a secure Republic vault, a powerful, sentient artifact, known as the Ether Orb, had been stolen. This relic, with its enigmatic Force-sensitive nature, had the ability to either amplify or suppress the Force within individuals. Its potential for both creation and destruction was unparalleled. The theft bore the unmistakable mark of Darth Foran and his cult, the Shadow Ascendant. These Sith zealots, thriving in the remnants of darkness, sought to twist the galaxy to their malevolent will. The orb, a relic of Sith alchemy lost to time, was now a key to their ambitions. General Leia Organa felt the weight of this new threat bearing down on her. The galaxy's precarious peace teetered on the edge of a blade. In her quarters, the flickering holomaps illuminated her determined face as she considered her options. The orb's disappearance was not merely a strategic loss. It was a harbinger of the darkness seeking to reclaim the galaxy. Leia's thoughts turned to Darren Thorne, a former Imperial pilot, now living on the fringes as a bounty hunter. His life, scarred by the loss of his parents to Jedi during the Clone Wars, was one of bitterness and survival. But Leia sensed in him a potential ally, a reluctant hero forged by the fires of his past. She knew he harbored a deep resentment towards the Jedi, a resentment that could either be his undoing or his redemption. Meanwhile, the Shadow Ascendant was not idle. In the dark corners of the galaxy, they conducted their rituals, the orb's sinister power enhancing their abilities, corrupting new followers, and bending them to their will. Time was running out as the Sith cult's influence grew, threatening to engulf the galaxy in a new era of darkness. The New Republic, stretched thin and fraught with internal strife, needed to act quickly. The quest to reclaim the Ether Orb was about to begin, and with it, the fate of the galaxy hung in the balance. Darren Thorne had long abandoned any notion of heroism. Once a proud Imperial pilot, now a bounty hunter navigating the galaxy's underbelly, he found solace in the certainty of credits and the simplicity of a blaster's aim. The fractured remnants of the Empire still held his loyalty, a loyalty rooted in the belief that order, even a tyrannical one, was better than the chaos of the New Republic. Darren lounged in the dim light of a cantina on Nar Shaddaa, nursing a drink and contemplating his next job, when the last person he expected to see walked in. General Leia Organa, her presence as commanding as ever, approached him with purpose. "Darren Thorne?" she asked, her voice cutting through the murmur of the crowd. Darren's eyes narrowed. "General Organa, this isn't your usual battlefield." Leia sat across from him, uninvited but undeterred. "I need your help, Darren." He chuckled dryly. "Help from a bounty hunter. Times must be tough." Leia's gaze didn't waver. "A powerful artifact has been stolen. The Ether Orb. It's in the hands of Darth Varen and his Sith cult, the Shadow Ascendant." Darren's interest piqued, but he masked it with a shrug. "What's that got to do with me?" Leia leaned in, her eyes intense. "Your sister, Zara. She's with them. She's one of them." Darren's world tilted. He hadn't seen Zara since they were children. The revelation struck him like a blaster bolt. Zara, with the Sith. Leia nodded. "She's deeply involved. We need to retrieve the orb. And save her, if you can." Darren's mind raced, a mix of belief and anger. Why me? You've got your Jedi, your soldiers. Why ask a washed-up Imperial pilot? Leia's expression softened slightly. Because you know the Empire. You understand the mindset of those who might sympathize with the Sith. And because I believe you care about your sister, despite everything. Darren's jaw tightened. The Empire was better than this mess you call the New Republic. At least there was order. Lay aside. Order built on fear and oppression. But that's not the point. We're talking about saving Zara and stopping the Sith from unleashing chaos with the orb. Silence stretched between them as Darren grappled with the whirlwind of emotions. Finally, he looked up, his eyes hard. All right, I'll help. But don't think this changes my view on the Republic or the Jedi. Leia nodded, a flicker of hope in her eyes. Thank you, Darren. Meet me on the ship. We leave at dawn. Darren watched her go, his thoughts a tangled web of the past and the uncertain future. Soon, Darren Thorne stood in the New Republic's bustling hangar, his eyes scanning the seas of faces with practiced wariness. The scent of engine oil and the hum of machinery filled the air, a stark contrast to the silence he preferred. General Leia Organa approached. Beside her walked an alien woman who carried herself with a quiet, potent strength. Darren, Leia called, her voice cutting through the din. Meet Lyra Callow, a Jedi Knight. Lyra stepped forward, her distinctive alien features steady and calm, holding the weight of countless untold stories. Her hair, tied back in a practical braid, highlighted the lightsaber hilt at her side. She extended a hand, her movements graceful and deliberate. Darren Thorne, I presume. Darren's gaze hardened, his mistrust evident. He shook her hand briefly, noting the firm grip. Yeah, a Jedi. Just what I needed. Lyra's expression remained serene, unfazed by his skepticism. I know you have your reasons for distrust, but we're here for the same goal. Leia's eyes moved between them, sensing the tension. You both have skills we need. Trust will come with time. For now, focus on the mission. Darren glanced at Leia, then back at Lyra. Fine. But let's get one thing straight. I'm here for my sister, not for any Jedi cause. Lyra nodded, understanding the weight of his words. Leia stepped back, her face softening slightly. You leave immediately. The fate of many rests on your shoulders. May the Force be with you both. As Leia turned to leave, Darren and Lyra were left standing together, two reluctant allies, bound by necessity. The starship hummed through the vastness of space, its engines a steady backdrop to the silence inside the cockpit. Darren sat at the controls, his eyes focused ahead, while Lyra sat beside him, her posture relaxed, eyes closed in silent meditation. Terran 4 loomed before them, a world of vibrant contrasts. As they broke through the atmosphere, its lush forests, expansive deserts, and shimmering oceans unfolded like a living tapestry. The beauty was a stark facade, masking the darkness they sought. So what's the plan once we land? Darren's voice broke the silence, laced with a blend of curiosity and caution. Lyra opened her eyes, her gaze thoughtful. We locate the cult stronghold, find the ether orb, and stop Darth Varan. Darren snorted. Sounds simple enough. Their landing was smooth, the dense forest swallowing the starship whole. The air was thick with humidity, alive with the sounds of unseen creatures. The canopy above cast dappled shadows on the forest floor, a reminder of the unknown dangers lurking. Darren checked his blaster, casting a wary glance at Lyra's lightsaber. You ready? Lyra's face was set in a mask of determination. Let's move. They moved through the forest, the terrain a challenging maze of roots and underbush. The tension between them was palpable, a silent dance of mistrust and necessity. The journey through Terran 4's dense forests led Darren and Lyra to the planet's darker heart. The air grew thicker, charged with an unsettling energy that prickled at the edges of their senses. Finally, they emerged into a clearing, the scene before them both mesmerizing and horrifying. At the center of the clearing, bathed in an eerie, unnatural light, stood Darth Voron. His presence was commanding, a dark shadow against the flickering flames of the torches held by his acolytes. The shadow ascendant cultists formed a tight circle around their leader, their chants low and rhythmic, filled with a malevolent intensity. Darren and Lyra crouched behind a thick cluster of foliage, watching as the ritual unfolded. Voron held the ether orb aloft, its surface pulsating with a dark, sentient glow. The energy emanating from it was palpable, a force that seemed to bend the very air around it. "He's using the orb," Lyra whispered, her voice barely audible over the hum of dark power. "He's corrupting them, twisting their connection to the Force." Darren's grip tightened on his blaster. "We need to stop this. Now." Before Lyra could respond, the ritual reached a crescendo. Voron's voice rose above the chants, a harsh command in an ancient Sith dialect. The orb flared brilliantly, casting an ominous light over the clearing. The cultists writhed, their bodies convulsing as the dark energy seeped into them, enhancing their abilities with the raw power of the dark side. Darren watched the horrified fascination as the cultists transformed, their eyes glowing with unnatural light, their movements becoming fluid and powerful. What were once mere followers now stood as formidable warriors, their loyalty to Voron absolute. "He's creating an army," Lyra murmured, a note of dread in her voice. An army fueled by the orb's dark powers. Voren's eyes swept over his transformed followers. A satisfied smile playing on his lips. You are reborn, he declared, his voice carrying a chilling authority. Together, we will bring this galaxy to its knees. The cultists responded with a unified shout. Darren and Lyra exchanged a tense glance, the weight of their mission pressing down on them with renewed urgency. We need a plan, Darren said, his voice low and urgent. We can't take them all head on. Lyra nodded, her mind racing. We need to disrupt the ritual, break their connection to the orb somehow. Darren's eyes flicked back to the scene before them. And how do you propose we do that? Lyra took a deep breath, her gaze steely with determination. We hit them hard and fast. I'll distract Voren and the cultists. You go for the orb. Darren frowned. No, that's suicide. It's our only shot, Lyra replied firmly. Trust me. For a moment, the weight of the plan hung between them. And then, with a resolute nod, Darren agreed. All right, let's do this. As Lyra prepared to step into the clearing, she cast a final glance at Darren. May the Force be with us. Darren nodded. Let's hope it is. With that, Lyra moved forward, her lightsaber igniting with a snap hiss that cut through the night. Darren watched her go, steeling himself for the task ahead. The battle for the ether orb had truly begun. Darren and Lyra moved through the forest with purpose, their eyes fixed on the distant glow of the Shadow Ascendant's stronghold. The night was dark, the shadows deep. They crept closer, every step measured and silent. But fate had other plans. Without warning, a trap was sprung. Figures in dark robes emerged from the shadows, their eyes glowing with the sinister energy of the dark side. Darren fired his blaster, the shots echoing through the trees. But the cultists were too many, too swift. Lyra's lightsaber blazed to life, deflecting bolts and striking down attackers. But the onslaught was relentless. A stun blast hit Darren square in the chest, dropping him to the ground, his body seizing in agony. He watched helplessly as Lyra fought valiantly, her movements a blur of light and fury, until a powerful blow to her head brought her down. Darkness closed in around him as he lost consciousness. Darren awoke in a dank, dimly lit cell. The air was thick with the stench of decay. Chains bound his wrists, and across from him, Lyra lay unconscious on the cold stone floor. The oppressive weight of the stronghold's dark energy pressed down on him, making it hard to think, hard to breathe. He scanned the cell, noting the other prisoners, figures of various species and backgrounds, their faces etched with fear and hopelessness. One man, however, stood out. He had a rugged, weathered look, his eyes sharp and calculating, despite their predicament. The man stepped forward, his voice a low whisper. "The name's Torin. I'm an archaeologist. You must be the new arrivals." Darren's eyes narrowed as he took in the stranger. "What's your story?" Torin smirked, a hint of defiance in his eyes. "I was hunting down some ancient Sith artifacts when these guys caught me. They're not too fond of outsiders snooping around their secrets." Lyra stirred, groaning softly as she regained consciousness. Darren moved to help her, his eyes never leaving Torin. "And what do you know about the ether orb?" Torin's expression darkened. his voice dropping even lower. Enough to know it's dangerous. That thing can warp the Force, bend it to Voran's will. But there are ways to counter it, hidden in ancient Sith lore. Before Darren could ask more, the cell door creaked open. Dark-robed guards filed in. Among them was a woman, her face cold and detached. Darren's breath caught in his throat. Zara, he whispered, the name slipping from his lips like a prayer. She didn't react, her gaze sweeping past him without a flicker of recognition. She was completely consumed by the cult, her identity buried under layers of dark side indoctrination. One of the guards barked an order, and they were roughly pulled to their feet, dragged down dimly lit corridors, deeper into the stronghold. Darren's mind raced, torn between the mission and the devastating sight of his sister, lost to the darkness. Darren and Lyra were thrown into a slightly smaller cell, alone. The oppressive atmosphere weighed heavily on them. Darren's eyes met Lyra's, a slight determination passing between them. They needed to escape, to stop Voran, and to save Zara. But for now, they were trapped in the heart of the enemy's lair, facing a power that threatened to consume them all. That night, the cell door creaked open, and the archaeologist, Torin, stepped in, a sly grin on his face. He moved with a quiet confidence, his eyes darting around, assessing every detail. Darren and Lyra exchanged weary glances, but there was a glimmer of hope in their eyes. Torin knelt by the corner of the cell, prying loose a section of the stone wall to reveal a hidden cache. He pulled out a small bag of tools and set to work on the lock of their chains. "I've been planning something like this for months," he whispered. I just needed the right moment. Lyra's eyes widened with cautious optimism. What's your plan? Torrin's grin widened. First, we get out of here. Then, I'll explain everything. With practiced ease, he unlocked the chains. Darren rubbed his wrists, feeling the circulation return. Torrin then handed them their weapons, which he had somehow stolen from nearby. Moving with quiet precision, Torrin led them through a series of dark, winding tunnels. The air was damp and musty, the walls cold to the touch. Every sound seemed amplified in the impressive silence. They avoided patrols and navigated through the labyrinth corridors. Torrin's knowledge of the layout proving invaluable. After what felt like hours, they emerged into the cool night air outside the stronghold. The forest was a welcome sight, a haven from the suffocating darkness within. They paused to catch their breath, the adrenaline still coursing through their veins. Torrin turned to them, his expression serious. The ether orb. It was created by an ancient Sith alchemist to control the balance of the Force. It's incredibly powerful, but it can be neutralized. Lyra's eyes narrowed. How? Torrin looked between them, his face grave. A ritual. It requires a deep connection to both the light and dark sides. It's dangerous, but it could be our only shot. Darren's thoughts immediately went to his sister. I need to go back and bring Zara with us. She's part of this, whether she knows it or not. Lyra placed a hand on his arm, her voice gentle but firm. Darren, she's too far gone. We can't risk everything for someone who might not want to be saved. Darren's jaw tightened. She's my sister, Lyra. I can't just leave her. Torrin stepped in, his voice steady and calm. We'll get the orb first, then we can decide what to do about Zara. Right now, we need to learn more about this orb and focus on the mission. Darren nodded reluctantly. The pain of the decision etched on his face. So, they set off into the forest, guided by Torrent's knowledge and Lyra's connection to the Force. The journey was fraught with tension, but also with a sense of purpose. They had escaped the immediate danger, but the true challenge lay ahead. The forest's dense canopy cast long shadows over the small camp where Darren, Lyra, and Torrin rested. The fire crackled softly, its warmth doing little to dispel the cold tension hanging between them. As they prepared for their final confrontation, a weight of unspoken truths pressed heavily on Darren's mind. He stared into the fire, its dancing flames stirring memories he'd long tried to bury. My parents, he began quietly. They were killed by Jedi during the Clone Wars. Lyra looked up, her expression softening. I'm sorry. He shrugged, the bitterness evident in his tone. It's why I can't stand Force users. Jedi, Sith, they're all the same to me. Lyra hesitated before speaking, her voice barely above a whisper. I understand. I was trained by Darth Warren. Darren's head snapped up, his eyes wide with shock. She nodded, her gaze steady but filled with regret. I was young, angry, and he exploited that. Showed me the power of the dark side. I walked away, but the fear of falling back is always there. Darren's expression hardened. So you're one of them? No, she replied firmly. I left that path. Every day, I fight to stay in the light. Silence fell between them, heavy with shared pain and mistrust. Darren's thoughts drifted to Zara. Leaving her is tearing me apart. But stopping Vorin has to come first. Lyra reached out, her hand resting lightly on his arm. We will stop him, and we'll find a way to help Zara. Darren nodded, the resolve in her voice bringing some measure of comfort. We better. Their mutual vulnerability created a fragile bond, a sliver of understanding and shared determination. The past haunted them, but it also fueled their drive to face the darkness ahead. The night deepened around their small camp. The fire burned bright, a beacon of their resolve to confront and overcome the shadows that loomed over their destinies. Darren, Lyra, and Doran gathered around the small fire. Ancient texts spread out before them. We have to wait for the solar eclipse. It's only in a few days, Doran explained. That's when the ritual to destroy the orb can take place. The eclipse will enhance its power, but also make it vulnerable. Darren's jaw tightened. So we wait, and then we hit them with everything we've got. Days passed. The eclipse neared. The forest grew darker, shadows lengthening and the air thickening with an eerie energy. They moved swiftly through the underbush. The oppressive energy of the impending eclipse pressing down upon them. The temple of Darth Varan loomed ahead, its dark spires piercing the twilight sky. The chants of the cultists echoed through the trees, a dark, rhythmic pulse that sent shivers down their spines. Corrupted followers, their eyes glowing with dark energy, stood guard. Ready? Darren asked. Lyra ignited her saber, its blue glow cutting through the darkness. Let's go. They launched their assault with ferocity, cutting and blasting their way through the corrupted cultists. The battle was intense. Each step forward a struggle against a tide of dark side energy. Yet, they pressed on, driven by a shared purpose. Inside the temple's inner sanctum, Darth Varan stood with the ether orb. Its dark glow pulsating in sync with the eclipse above. Lyra stepped forward, her lightsaber held high. Varan. Darth Varan turned, his eyes narrowing with recognition. So, you have come to die. Without a word, Lyra launched herself at him, their lightsabers clashing with blinding intensity. The sound of their duel echoed through the chamber. Darren and Torrin watched on, fighting off the rest of the Sith cultists, knowing that this was Lyra's fight. Varen's attacks were relentless, his power immense. Lyra fought with all her strength, drawing on her connection to the Force. But gradually, Varen began to overpower her, his dark energy pressing her back. In a moment of clarity, Lyra glanced at the orb, realizing what needed to be done. With a final desperate effort, she channeled all her remaining strength into a powerful force push, sending Varen staggering back against the wall and disrupting his control over the orb. The dark energy flared chaotically, the orb's power wavering. Varen then recovered quickly, his face twisted with rage. He struck Lyra down with a brutal, decisive blow. Her body crumpling to the ground, but her actions had created the opening they needed. Torrin, now, Darren shouted, firing his blaster to keep Varen at bay. Torrin moved swiftly, his hands already forming the complex gestures needed for the ritual. The ancient words flowed from his lips, each syllable resonating with the very essence of the Force. The orb glowed brighter, its power fluctuating wildly. And just then, Zara appeared, still fully brainwashed, emerging from the shadows, her eyes filled with dark fury. "You will not succeed," she screamed, lunging at Torrin. Darren's heart wrenched. Zara, stop. But she was beyond reason, and with a heavy heart, Darren aimed and fired. A shot striking her down just before she got to Torrin. She fell, her eyes eyes wide with shock and betrayal. Torrin continued the ritual, his voice unwavering despite the chaos. The orb's dark energy began to dissipate, the room filling with a blinding light. With a final resonant chant, the orb shattered, its power vanishing into the ether. Darth Voran, now powerless and weakened, retreated into the shadows with a snarl of rage. The corrupted cultists, freed from their dark influence, collapsed, their eyes returning to normal. The eclipse passed, and the light returned to Taran 4, casting the temple in a somber glow. Taran stood amidst the ruins, his gaze fixed on the bodies of Lyra and Zara. He knelt beside Lyra, her face peaceful in death. He stayed silent, the words he wished to say caught in his throat. Then he turned to Zara, his sister lost to the darkness. Tears blurred his vision as he touched her cold hand. "I'm so sorry, Zara." Torrin approached, placing a hand on Darren's shoulder. "You did what you had to do. The orb is destroyed, and Voran defeated. Their sacrifice gave us this victory." Darren nodded. "Yeah, but it doesn't make it any easier." Soon the New Republic forces arrived, securing the site and helping the freed prisoners. And as the sun set on Taran 4, Taran stood alone, watching the horizon, reflecting on the battles fought and the lives lost. Some days later, Darren stood on the edge of the hangar bay, staring out at the bustling activity of the New Republic base. The ships coming and going, the soldiers moving with purpose, all seemed distant and surreal. Leia approached him quietly. She stood beside him for a moment, sharing the view. "You did well, Darren." He glanced at her, his expression guarded. "At what cost?" Leia sighed. her eyes reflecting her own burdens. War always comes with a cost. We honor their sacrifice by continuing to fight for what's right. Darren nodded slowly, looking back at the scene before them. Lyra and Zara, they didn't deserve this. No, they didn't. Leia agreed. Darren's eyes hardened slightly. I still don't trust the New Republic. The way things are run here, it's not what I fought for. Leia turned to face him fully, her expression earnest. We're not perfect, Darren. We're rebuilding from the ashes of an empire. Mistakes will be made, but we're trying to create something better. We'll need people like you to help us get there. He was silent for a long moment, the weight of her words sinking in. Finally, he spoke. I'm not saying I'm on board with everything you're doing here, but maybe there's a place for me in this fight. Leia nodded, a small smile touching her lips. That's all I ask. Take your time. The galaxy needs people who care, who are willing to make tough choices. Darren met her gaze, a hint of respect in his eyes. I'll think about it. As Leia turned to leave, she paused, looking back at him. And Darren, thank you for everything. He watched her walk away, a mixture of emotions churning within him. The future was uncertain. The path ahead filled with challenges. But for the first time in a long while, Darren felt a glimmer of hope, a sense of purpose. He turned back to the horizon. The memory of Lyra and Zara in his heart. The fight was far from over, but he knew he wouldn't be facing it alone. In the shadows of the galaxy, where the echoes of ancient battles still linger, the tale of the Jedi Order unfolds with threads of myth and legend. Long before the rise of the Galactic Republic, in an era shrouded by the mists of time, the first seeds of the Jedi were sown on the enigmatic world of Tython, nestled deep within the galaxy's core. It was on this primal planet that the earliest Force-sensitive beings first heard the whispers of the Ashla, the light side of the Force. These primitive seers, attuned to the ebb and flow of the cosmic energy that permeated all living things, sought to unravel the mysteries of this invisible power. They understood the Force as a source of wisdom, a well of strength from which to draw upon, and a means to manipulate the very fabric of reality itself. As the Jedi delved deeper into the secrets of the Force, they discovered ancient artifacts and ruins that hinted at the existence of a long-forgotten civilization, one that may have mastered the ways of the Force eons ago. Among these relics was a mysterious artifact known as the Tho-Yor. The Tho-Yor were mysterious pyramidal vessels that heralded the dawn of their order in 36,453 BBY. These ancient ships, pulsing with the Force, drew scattered Force sensitives to Tython, uniting them in pursuit of understanding the cosmic energy. The Tho-Yor's legacy extended beyond their arrival, guiding the Jedi through millennia until the Force ignited, birthing the schism that led to the Jedi and Sith factions. Believed to be creations of the Celestials, godlike architects of the galaxy, the Tho-Yor were instrumental in sowing the seeds of Force study, hinting at a celestial intent to foster a unified understanding of the Force across the cosmos. Before converging on Tython, the Tho-Yor resonated with the Chosen across various worlds. The Dai Bendu monks of Ando Prime to the Wookiee warriors of Kashyyyk, each sensing their vessel's part in a greater destiny. Their collective journey to Tython marked the birth of a unified Force-sensitive community. The Jedi's temples, built where the Tho-Yor rested, became sites of learning, each shaped by the wisdom and environment chosen by their respective Tho-Yor. This unity might have been the Celestials' design, aiming to create a singular, resilient beacon of the Force from the galaxy's dispersed sparks of potential. Whether by celestial will or another cosmic force, the Tho-Yor's enigma remains a cornerstone of the Jedi's legacy, embodying the unity and diversity at the heart of their journey through the Force. But as the Jedi Order grew in strength and knowledge, so too did the forces of darkness that sought to corrupt and destroy them. The followers of the Bogan, the dark side of the Force, emerged from the shadows, said to have been led by a Jedi known as Zendor. Zendor and his disciples, the Legions of Leto, believed that the true power of the Force lay in embracing one's passions and desires, rather than the strict discipline and self-control advocated by the Jedi. It is with Zendor and the dark side of the Force that our first mythical tale begins. In the depths of the galaxy, where the echoes of ancient conflicts reverberate through the fabric of the Force, there is an old tale of division, ambition, and the eternal struggle between the light and the dark. This is the story of the First Great Schism, a time when the Jedi Order, once a beacon of unity and wisdom, found itself fractured by the allure of forbidden knowledge and the whispers of discontent. On the verdant world of Tython, nestled within the heart of the deep core, the Jedi had flourished there for millennia. They were the Jedi, a society of Force wielders who had once found balance in harmony of the Ashla and the Bogan. But as the influence of the nascent Galactic Republic began to spread, the Jedi were forced to abandon their ancestral home and seek refuge on the distant planet of Ossus. Among the Jedi of Ossus was a young human woman named Arden Lyn, a Teras Kazi master whose prowess in the ancient art of hand-to-hand combat was matched only by her insatiable curiosity. Lyn had grown disillusioned with the Jedi Order, believing that their true teachings had become stagnant and restrictive, stifling the true potential of the Force. But she was not alone in her discontent. Zendor, a charismatic and ambitious Jedi, had also begun to question the Order's rigid adherence to tradition. He yearned to explore the hidden depths of the Force, to unlock the secrets that the Jedi Council had deemed too dangerous to pursue. In defiance of the Order, Zendor left Ossus to establish his own academy on the planet of Leto, where he could teach his followers the forbidden arts of the Force. Arden Lyn, drawn to Zendor's vision and the promise of unfettered knowledge, joined him on Leto, along with a growing number of disaffected Jedi. They became known as the Legions of Leto, a brotherhood of Force users, united in their pursuit of power and their rejection of the Jedi Council's authority. Each new acolyte swore an oath of allegiance to Zendor, pledging to defend their new order and their right to explore the mysteries of the Force without restraint. As word of the Legions of Leto spread, the Jedi Council grew increasingly alarmed. They branded Zendor and his followers as heretics, a threat to the stability of the Order and the peace of the Republic. War, it seemed, was inevitable. And so, the conflict followed as the Jedi and the legions of Leto clashed across the stars. Zendor, determined to expose what he believed to be the Jedi's hypocrisy, sought to sway the Republic to his cause. But his pleas fell on deaf ears. The Republic, still in its infancy, was unwilling to intervene in what it saw as an internal Jedi matter. And so it is said that on the core world of Kalumas, the tide of the war would turn, and in a climatic duel, Zendor faced off against a Jedi Master, Pina, a renowned warrior known as the Green Blade. Though Lin and Zendor once admired Pina for his independence and thirst for knowledge, they now found themselves on opposite sides of the conflict. In a whirlwind of flashing sabers, Pina and Zendor fought, their blades dancing in a deadly ballet until, at last, Zendor fell, his life extinguished by the Green Blade's saber. But Zendor's death did not bring an end to the war. The Jedi, determined to root out the heresy of the legends of Leto, launched a brutal campaign of extermination against Zendor's followers. On the planet of Leto, the Jedi and the legions clashed in a final, desperate battle. Lin, her heart heavy with the loss of her beloved Zendor, rallied the surviving members of the legions and led them in a daring escape to the unknown regions, beyond the reach of the Republic and the Jedi. However, Arden Lin could not evade the vengeance of the Jedi forever. It is said the Green Blade Jedi pursued her relentlessly, tracking her across the galaxy until he finally confronted her on the remote world of Urkala. In a furious duel, Lin channeled the dark side of the Force through an ancient artifact known as the Kashimur Talisman, unleashing a torrent of raw power born of rage, love, and despair. The talisman's dark energy, it is said, shattered the Green Blade's saber and left the Jedi Master mortally wounded. But even in his final moments, Green Blade would not yield. With his last breath, he unleashed the power of Morikro, a rare force technique that could slow the body's functions to a crawl, trapping the victim in a state of suspended animation. Lynn, caught in the grip of this force power, fell into a deep trance. Her body and mind locked in stasis for millennia to come. But the story of Arden Lynn did not end with her entombment. It is said 25,000 years later, during the reign of Emperor Palpatine, Lynn was awakened from her stasis. Her mind twisted by the Dark Lord of the Sith's machinations. Palpatine, ever the master manipulator, promised Lynn the chance to resurrect her beloved Zendor in exchange for her service as one of his Emperor's hands. Blinded by grief and the lure of Palpatine's false promises, Lynn agreed, becoming an instrument of the Empire's will. But it is said, when the truth of Palpatine's deception was finally revealed, Lynn turned against her Sith master, allaying herself with the renegade Grand Admiral Demetrius Zarin in a bid to overthrow the Emperor and seize control of the galaxy. Their plan, as with so many others who dared to challenge Palpatine, was doomed to failure, and in the end, Lynn was forced to flee. Her dreams of vengeance shattered, and her hope of reuniting with Zendor lost forever. The Emperor, enraged by Lynn's betrayal, hunted her down, his agents scouring the galaxy for any trace of the rogue Emperor's hand. In the end, there was nowhere left for Lynn to run. Palpatine's wrath was swift and terrible, and Arden Lynn, the last of the legions of Leto, was consumed by the fires of the dark side, her legacy reduced to ashes and whispers. This is the mythical tale of the first Great Schism, and it is one of ambition, forbidden knowledge, and the consequences of straying from the path of balance. It is a reminder of the eternal struggle between the light and the dark, and the danger that lies in the pursuit of power without wisdom. As we delve into the mysteries of the Force and the legends of the Jedi, let us remember the cautionary tale of Arden Lynn and Zendor, and the price they paid for their defiance. For in the end, it is not the power we yield, but the choices we make that define our destiny in the Force. For a Jedi, the Force is not merely a tool or a weapon, but a constant companion, an ever-present guide that shapes their every thought and action. It is the very breath in their lungs, the beat of their hearts, the song that thrums through their veins. To be a Jedi is to swim in the currents of the Force, to surrender oneself to its ebb and flow, and to trust in its wisdom to light the way. In the hollowed halls of the Jedi Temple, where the wisdom of the ancients is passed down from master to apprentice, the young initiates learn of the true nature of the Force. They learn that it is a power beyond mere comprehension, a cosmic energy that binds the universe together in a web of interconnectedness. As Jedi Master Odan-Ur once said, the Force is not a power to be wielded, but a presence to be felt. It is the very fabric of the universe, the warp and weft of all creations. And yet, for all its vastness and complexity, the Force is not a single monolithic entity. Rather, it expresses itself in two distinct aspects, each with its own unique qualities and manifestations. The first of these aspects is the living Force, the raw and primal energy that suffuses all living things. It is a spark of life that animates the tiniest insect and the mightiest beast, the vital essence that courses through the veins of every plant and every tree. To feel the living Force is to be attuned to the rhythms of life itself, to sense the ebb and flow of energy as it moves through the world around you. It is to walk through a lush and verdant jungle and feel the pulse of life in every leaf and branch, to hear the whispers of the Force in the rustling of the wind, or the chirping of a bird. For a Jedi, the living Force is the wellspring from which all their tangible abilities flow. It is the power that allows them to run faster, jump higher, and sense the world around them with uncanny clarity. It is the energy they channel when they reach out with their minds to move objects and to soothe the emotions of others. As the wise Jedi Master Qui-Gon Jinn once said, "Feel, don't think. Trust your instincts. The living Force will guide you." But the living Force is not the only aspect of the Force that a Jedi must contend with. There is another, vaster and more mysterious power that underlies the very fabric of the universe itself. This is the unifying Force, the cosmic energy that binds the stars and galaxies together in an intricate dance of cause and effect. It is the rippling surface of space and time, the eternal and unchanging fabric that underlies all of creation. To commune with the unifying Force is to step beyond the boundaries of one's mortal existence, to glimpse the infinite and the eternal. It is to walk the paths of the past and the future, to see the intricate web of destiny that connects all things. As an ancient Jedi prophecy says, the Force is all things, and in all things. It is the bridge between worlds, the light in the darkness, the calm in the storm. But to truly understand the unifying force, a Jedi must first learn to let go of their attachments and their desires. They must learn to surrender themselves to the will of the Force, to trust in its guidance and its wisdom. For the path of the Jedi is not an easy one, and the temptations of the dark side are ever present. As the fallen Jedi Darth Raven once warned, the dark side is not stronger, quicker, or more seductive. It is simply easier, and that is why it will always be a constant temptation. To resist the lure of the dark side, a Jedi must cultivate a deep and abiding connection to the Force. They must learn to quiet their minds and open their hearts to listen for the whispers of the Force in the stillness of their souls. As Jedi Master Yoda once said, "Through the Force, things you will see, other places, the future, the past, old friends long gone." And indeed, it is said that the most powerful Jedi, those who have truly mastered the ways and the Force, are able to transcend even the boundaries of death itself. They become one with the Force, their consciousness merging with the infinite and the eternal. But for all their power and all their wisdom, the Jedi are not infallible. They are still mortal beings, subject to the same flaws and weaknesses as any other. And throughout their long and storied history, there have been those among them who have fallen to the dark side, who have been seduced by the lure of power and ambition. The story of the Jedi is not just a story of individual heroes and villains, of great battles and epic quests. It is a story of the eternal struggle between the light and the dark, of the enduring power of hope and faith in the face of adversity. As the ancient Jedi code says, there is no emotion, there is peace. There is no ignorance, there is knowledge. There is no passion, there is serenity. There is no chaos, there is harmony. There is no death, there is the Force. These are words that guide the Jedi, the principles that shape their every action and thought. And as long as there are those who hold true to these teachings, as long as there are those who trust in the wisdom of the Force. The light of the Jedi will never be extinguished. For the Force is eternal, and its power knows no bounds. And those who listen to its call, who learn to surrender themselves to its currents, will find that they are never truly alone. This next tale is an ancient myth passed down from both ancient Sith and ancient Jedi. In the dawn of time, before the rise of the Galactic Republic, the galaxy was a vast and uncharted expanse, a canvas of infinite darkness, punctuated by the faint glimmer of distant stars. In this primordial epoch, the Force, the eternal energy that binds all living things, existed in a state of perfect harmony, a delicate balance between the light and the shadow, neither aspect dominating the other. The Force, in its wisdom, called out to the inhabitants of the galaxy, drawing them to its luminous presence and teaching them the ways of peace, compassion, and healing. These first adherents of the Force's light side became the galaxy's earliest champions of justice, dedicating themselves to maintaining the delicate balance that allowed life to flourish across the stars. They traveled the length and breadth of the galaxy, guided by the gentle whispers of the Force, seeking out those who were in need of their aid. With each act of kindness, each gesture of compassion, they strengthened the light side of the Force, weaving a tapestry of harmony that stretched from one end of the galaxy to the other. Yet, as with all things in the universe, where there is light, there must also be shadow. The Force's dark side, seductive and powerful, began to whisper to those whose hearts were filled with ambition and a craving for power. It offered them strength to bend the will of others to their own desires, to dominate and control the destiny of the galaxy. These individuals, tempted by the promises of the dark side, learn to wield its power, twisting the Force to their own ends. As the influence of the dark side grew, the balance of the Force began to shift, tipping ever more towards the shadow. The once peaceful galaxy was plunged into an age of conflict and strife, as the adherents of the light and the disciples of the dark clashed in a struggle that threatened to tear the very fabric of reality asunder. Sensing the growing imbalance and the destruction it wrought. A wise and powerful figure, known only as the Ancient Sage, emerged from the mists of legend. The sage had long studied the ways of the Force, seeking to understand its deepest mysteries and the delicate balance that held the galaxy together. Determined to restore harmony to the Force and teach a crucial lesson to all those sensitive to its presence, the Ancient Sage gathered the Force users from across the galaxy, bringing them to a tranquil world untouched by the ravages of conflict. There, amidst the serene beauty of nature, the sage led them to a small pool of still water. Its surface, a perfect mirror reflecting the vast expanse of the sky above. "Behold," the sage said, their voice gentle yet filled with an undeniable authority. "The Force, in its purest essence, is like this pool, calm, serene, and perfectly balanced. Only when the light and the shadow exist in harmony can the Force truly be at peace." To demonstrate the wisdom of these words, the Ancient Sage reached down and picked up a small pebble from the shore of the pool. With a simple flick of their wrist, the sage cast the pebble into the center of the still water, watching as it broke the surface with a soft splash. Instantly, the once perfect reflection of the sky above was shattered, replaced by a chaos of ripples and distortions that spread outward from the point of impact. The image of the sky became warped and twisted, its beauty lost in the turbulence of the water. This is what happens when one aspect of the Force dominates over the other, Sage explained, their eyes fixed on the churning water. When the light grows too strong, unchecked by the shadow, it becomes blinding, arrogant, and complacent. It loses its way, forgetting the very balance that gives it purpose. As the ripples began to subside, the Ancient Sage continued, "And when the shadow grows too powerful, unopposed by the light, it becomes cruel, destructive, and all-consuming. It seeks only to dominate, to blend all of life to its will, until nothing remains but darkness and despair." The assembled Force users watched in silence as the last of the ripples faded away, the surface of the pool once again becoming a perfect mirror, reflecting the luminous sky above. In that moment, they understood the true meaning of the sage's words, the profound wisdom that lay at the heart of the Force itself. Only together, in balance, can the light and the shadow create a true reflection of harmony, the ancient sage said, their voice filled with a quiet intensity. It is not through the dominance of one aspect over the other, but through the understanding and respect of the delicate equilibrium between them that true peace can be achieved. This lesson of the ancient sage was spread throughout the galaxy, passed down from master to student, from generation to generation. In the beginning, before the Jedi Order had taken shape, the Force-sensitive beings who would become the first Jedi wielded simple metal blades. These archaic weapons, imbued with the raw power of the Force, were the first glimmering step on the path that would lead to the creation of the lightsaber. As the Jedi grew in wisdom and understanding, they began to refine their weapons, a more elegant and sophisticated means of channeling the Force in combat. And so, in the mists of ancient history, the first proto-lightsabers were born. These early lightsabers were crude and unstable, powered by unwieldy battery packs and connected by a tangle of wires and cables. But even in their imperfection, they represented a quantum leap forward in the evolution of the Jedi's signature weapon. It was not until the discovery of the Kyber crystals that the lightsaber truly came into its own. These rare and powerful gems, imbued with the very essence of the Force, became the heart and soul of the lightsaber. Each Kyber crystal is unique, attuned to the Force in its own special way. And when a Jedi finds their crystal, it is said that the crystal chooses them, forging a bond that will last a lifetime. The process of constructing a lightsaber is a sacred ritual, a rite of passage that every Jedi must undergo. In the depths of the Jedi Temple, in the chamber of the Kyber, the young Padawans meditate on the Force, allowing its currents to guide their hands as they assemble their weapons. As an ancient Jedi Master once said, the lightsaber is not a simple weapon. It is an extension of the Jedi's very being, a reflection of their connection to the Force. And indeed, the color of a Jedi's lightsaber blade is a window into their soul, a manifestation of their deepest nature and identity. Blue, the color of the Guardian, the Jedi who focuses on martial prowess and physical combat. Green, the color of the Consular, the Jedi who seeks to resolve conflicts through diplomacy and wisdom. But there are other colors as well, each with its own special meaning. Yellow is the color of the Sentinel, the Jedi who walks the line between the light and the dark. Purple is the color of the rare and powerful Jedi who have learned to balance the two sides of the Force within themselves. And then there are the Sith, the ancient enemies of the Jedi who wield lightsabers of crimson red. These weapons, powered by synthetic hypercrystals, have been twisted and corrupted by the dark side, and are a symbol of the Sith's lust for power and domination. But why were lightsabers created in the first place? What drove the Jedi to seek out such a powerful and sophisticated weapon? The answer, as with so many things in the galaxy, is shrouded in myth and legend. Some say that the lightsabers were a gift from the Force itself, bestowed upon the Jedi as a symbol of their sacred duty to protect the innocent and uphold justice. Others believe that lightsabers were created in response to a great and terrible threat, a dark power that threatened to engulf the galaxy in shadow. According to this legend, the first Jedi Master, a wise and powerful being known only as the Prime Jedi, foresaw the coming of darkness and knew that the Jedi would need a weapon capable of standing against it. And so, in a great and secret forge hidden deep within the heart of a dying star, the Prime Jedi created the first lightsaber. It was a thing of beauty and terror, a blade of pure energy that could cut through any material and deflect any attack. But the lightsaber is more than just a weapon. It is a tool of peace and justice, a means of defending the innocent and upholding the law. As an old Jedi Master once said, the best blades are kept in their sheaths. But the creation of a lightsaber is no simple task. No mere assembly of components and wires. It is a sacred ritual, a rite of passage that every Jedi must undergo, a trial which will forge them in the crucible of the Force and shape the destiny of the galaxy itself. The process begins with a gathering, a collection of the essential elements that will give life to the blade: the hand grip, the emitter matrix, the lens assembly, which is a delicate instrument of precision honed to perfection by skilled hands of the temple's artisans, the power cell, a reservoir of life and energy pulsing with the heartbeat of the Force itself, and the crystal, the very soul of the lightsaber, a living conduit of the Jedi's will and purpose. Each component must be chosen with the utmost care, guided by the whispers of the Force. A Padawan must learn to listen to the subtle currents of energy that flow through all things, to attune themselves to the hidden depths of the universe. Only then can they hope to select the elements that will become an extension of their very being, a reflection of their deepest nature. But the gathering is only the beginning, a prelude to the true test that awaits. For to create a lightsaber, a Padawan must undertake a vision quest, a journey in the very heart of the Force itself. And there is no place more suited to this sacred task than the crystal caves of Elam. Elam, a world of ice and snow, a place of secrets and mysteries, where the Force flows like a river of light beneath the frozen surface. It is here that the Jedi come, seeking crystals that will power their blades. In the depths of the caves, a Padawan must face themselves, must confront the shadows that lurk within their own heart. They must meditate. They must surrender themselves to the will of the Force, letting it guide them to the crystal that is meant for them alone. It is a test of faith, a trial of the spirit, a crucible in which the true nature of the Jedi is revealed. As they delve deeper into the caves, the Padawan must recite the ancient mantra, the words that have been passed down from master to apprentice since the dawn of the Jedi Order. The words that speak of the unity of all things, of the interconnectedness of the crystal, the blade, and the Jedi themselves. The crystal is the heart of the blade. The heart is the crystal of the Jedi. The Jedi is the crystal of the Force. The Force is the blade of the heart. All are intertwined. The crystal, the blade, the Jedi. We are one. It is a prayer, a meditation, a declaration of faith and purpose. And as the words echo through the caverns, as they resonate with the very essence of the Force itself, the Padawan begins to understand the true meaning of their journey. For the creation of a lightsaber is not simply a test of skill or knowledge, but a test of the very soul. A moment of transformation, point of no return, where the Padawan must confront the darkness within themselves and emerge as a true Jedi, servant of the light. And so, with the crystal in hand, the Padawan returns to the temple, to the final stage of their trial. In a chamber of silence and solitude, they must assemble the components of their blade, must fuse them together on a molecular level through the precise application of the Force. It is a task that requires absolute focus, a clarity of mind and purpose that can be achieved only through the deepest meditation. Slightest error, tiniest misalignment, the saber may explode upon activation. But if the Padawan succeeds, if they can bring the disparate elements into harmony, into a perfect unity of form and function, then they will have created something more than just a weapon. They will have forged the symbol of their own identity, a reflection of their innermost being, a tool of justice and peace that will serve them for a lifetime. This next tale is an old myth and tells us of an interesting lightsaber that was forged both with the light and the dark. In the farthest reaches of the galaxy, on a desolate moon orbiting the forgotten world of Moor, an ancient Sith talisman lay hidden within the depths of an obsidian stone chamber. The air within the chamber was thick with the oppressive weight of the dark side, a palpable malevolence that seemed to seep from the very walls themselves. Jedi Master Rav Naran stood at the chamber's entrance, his body tense with anticipation and dread. He had followed the trail of the talisman across the vast expanse of the Outer Rim, guided by whispers and rumors of its immense power. And now, as he stood on the threshold of his quest, he could feel the full force of the talisman's sinister energy washing over him like a tidal wave of darkness. The talisman pulsed with a sickening crimson glow, its light casting twisted shadows across the chamber's uneven walls. It was as if the very heart of the dark side had been given physical form, a tangible manifestation of the corruption and decay that lay at the core of the Sith's teachings. As Rav stepped into the chamber, he could feel the talisman's presence clawing at the edges of his mind, whispering seductive promises of power and domination. He could sense the tormented spirits trapped within the cracked Kyber crystal at the talisman's heart, their anguished wails echoing through the Force like a chorus of the damned. The Jedi Master knew that he was treading on dangerous ground. The dark side was strong here, its influence permeating every atom of the moon's surface. The air itself seemed to carry the weight of centuries of suffering and despair, as if the very planet was alive with the echoes of the Sith's ancient atrocities. But Rav was no ordinary Jedi. He was a maverick, a warrior who had always walked the line between the light and the dark. He had spent his life studying the forbidden teachings of the Sith, seeking to understand the nature of their power and the depths of their corruption. And now, as he stood before the talisman, he knew that he could not ignore the potential it represented. With a deep breath, Rav extended his senses towards the talisman, his mind probing the depths of its dark energy. He could feel the kyber crystal at its heart, pulsing with a sickening rhythm that seemed to match the beating of his own heart. The crystal was cracked and tainted, its once pure structure corrupted by the Sith's dark rituals and the suffering souls trapped within. Removing the crystal would be a perilous task, Rav knew. The slightest misstep could unleash the full force of the talisman's power, consuming him utterly and damning his soul to an eternity of torment. But this Jedi Master was determined to see his mission through to the end, no matter the cost. With a deft application of his lightsaber, Rav expertly severed the crystal from its profane housing. The moment the blade made contact, the talisman exploded with a burst of dark energy, sending waves of searing pain through the Jedi's body. The spectral energies within the crystal lashed out, their ghostly fingers clawing at Rav's mind and soul. But the Jedi was ready, drawing on the full power of the Force. He erected a shield of pure light around himself, pushing back against the onslaught of darkness. He could feel the talisman's power straining against his defenses, seeking to break through and consume him entirely. For a long moment, the two forces remained locked in a battle of wills, the light and the dark, raging against each other like two titans locked in an eternal struggle. But slowly, gradually, Rav began to gain the upper hand. His connection to the Force was strong, his will unbreakable. And with a final, decisive push, he severed the last of the talisman's hold on the crystal, wrenching it free from its dark prison. The crystal pulsed in his hand, its surface cracked and pitted from centuries of exposure to the Sith's dark rituals. But even in its damaged state, Rav could sense the potential within, the power to turn the tide of the war against the Sith and bring balance to the Force. But the crystal was far from purified. The taint of the dark side still clung to it like a noxious fog, threatening to corrupt any who dare to wield its power. If Raz was to use the crystal for good, he would need to cleanse it of the Sith's influence. A task that would require all of his skill and strength. For 17 cycles of the moon, Rav labored over the crystal, pouring every ounce of his being into the purification process. He drew on the most obscure techniques of the Jedi Order, channeling the light side of the Force through the crystal with a precision and focus that bordered on the superhuman. Day and night, he worked tirelessly, his mind and body pushed to the very limits of endurance. The process was agonizing, the crystal's dark energies fighting him every step of the way. But slowly, gradually, he could feel the light beginning to take hold. The crystal's structure shifting and changing under the weight of his will. When at last the process was complete, the crystal pulsed with a new energy, a swirling vortex of light and dark that seemed to shift and change with every moment passing. It was as if the crystal itself was a microcosm of the Force, a living embodiment of the eternal struggle between good and evil. From this transformed heart, Rav created a new lightsaber, unlike any the galaxy had ever seen. Its blade shimmered with an otherworldly light, shifting between shades of purest white and deepest crimson in a mesmerizing dance of color. When ignited, the saber seemed to hum with a power that went beyond mere technology, a power that spoke of the Force itself made manifest. In the hands of its creator, the saber was a thing of terrible beauty, a weapon that could strike fear into the hearts of the darkest Sith, even as it inspired hope in the most downtrodden of the galaxy's oppressed. It was a symbol of the Jedi's unyielding commitment to the light, a beacon of hope in a galaxy consumed by darkness. And when Rav finally took the saber into battle, it proved to be a weapon without equal. The Sith recoiled before its blazing light, their powers weakened and diminished in the face of its righteous fury. And in the end, the saber would serve as a testament to the enduring power of the Jedi way, a shining example of what could be achieved when one dedicated themselves wholly to the service of the greater good. And as for Rav Naran, it would forever stand as a reminder of the lengths he had gone in order to bring a measure of peace and justice to a galaxy in desperate need of both. The Jedi are taught to meditate at every opportunity, to seize even the briefest moments of stillness and quiet, to center themselves and renew their connection to the living energy that surrounds them. In the early days of their training, the initiates are expected to meditate 5 times a day. But even this is not enough. They must learn to carry the practice with them always, to find the stillness within themselves, even in the midst of chaos and turmoil. Whether waiting outside a training chamber or caught in the midst of a heated debate, the Jedi must always be ready to step back from the world and find their center in the Force. As they progress in their training, the Jedi learn to achieve ever deeper states of meditation, each one a portal to a new level of understanding and power. In the emptiness of empty meditation, they learn to let go of their emotions and attachments, to step back from the world and see it with the clear eyes of the Force. In the focused intensity of moving meditation, they learn to channel their energy and attention into a single task, to find the flow of the Force, even in the most mundane of activities. But it is in the transcendent heights of rising meditation that the Jedi truly begin to glimpse the full scope of their potential. In this state, they feel their consciousness expand beyond the limits of their physical form until they are one with the Force itself. They may find themselves levitating off the ground, or they may hear the whispers of the unifying Force, the great cosmic melody that sings past, present and future, all at once. For those who struggle to find their way in meditation, the Jedi Temple offers many aids and resources. There are meditation chambers that shut out all external stimuli, allowing the Jedi to focus entirely on their inner world. And there is the Room of 1,000 Fountains, where the gentle sound of falling water can soothe even the most turbulent of mind. But ultimately, the path to self-discipline and mastery is one that each Jedi must walk alone. It is a journey of self-discovery and self-transcendence, a quest to find the stillness at the heart of the storm and the light at the center of the darkness. It is a path that demands patience, humility, and an unwavering commitment to the ways of the Force. The path of a Padawan is one of profound growth and self-discovery, a time when the seeds planted in the early days of training begin to blossom into true mastery of the Force. As young Jedi shed the mantle of the initiate and step into the role of the apprentice, they find themselves immersed in a world of new challenges and opportunities, a world where the discipline of sense takes center stage. For the Padawan, the art of sense is not merely an extension of the control they have honed in their early years, but a gateway to a deeper, more profound understanding of the living force and their place within it. As they extend their perceptions beyond the confines of their own bodies and minds, they begin to feel the pulse of the universe itself. This awakening is a moment of profound revelation, a breakthrough that can shake the very foundations of a Padawan's understanding. Suddenly, the Force is no longer an abstract concept or a distant ideal, but a tangible, living presence that suffuses every aspect of their being. It is as natural and instinctive as breathing, as much a part of them as their own heartbeat. With this newfound awareness comes a host of new abilities and techniques, each one a key to unlocking the full potential of the living force. The most basic of these is life detection, the ability to sense the presence and location of living beings even at great distances. For the Padawan, this skill is more than just a useful tool. It is a constant reminder of the interconnectedness of all life. As they hone their abilities, the Padawan may begin to notice subtle variations in the life signatures they detect. Each one a unique and distinct flavor that reflects the individual's emotional state and intentions. A warm, reassuring glow might indicate the presence of a trusted friend or ally, while a cold, malevolent aura could signal the approach of an enemy or a source of danger. But of all the bonds that a Padawan may forge through the discipline of sense, none is more profound or enduring than the one they share with their master. This connection, forged in the crucible of shared experience and mutual trust, is a constant reminder of the power and potential of the Force. A shining example of what is possible when two minds and hearts are truly attuned to one another. As the Padawan continues to explore the mysteries of sense, they may find themselves drawn to the art of tactus otium, or sense force. The ability to perceive the totality of the living force in all of its intricate complexity. This skill requires a deep and abiding sense of calm, a willingness to let go of one's individual perspective and open up oneself to the larger patterns and currents that flow through the universe. To practice this ability, the Padawan must learn to relax their perceptions, to let the boundaries between themselves and the world around them blur and dissolve. In time, the Force will reveal itself in all its glory, a vast and intricate tapestry of life and energy that stretches across the cosmos. Through this heightened awareness, the Padawan may begin to sense the health and vitality of entire ecosystems, to detect the presence of dark side energies or other malevolent forces that threaten the balance of the Force. But the discipline of sense is not limited to the perception of external phenomena alone. It can also be used to enhance and augment the Padawan's own natural senses, granting them abilities that far exceed the limits of their physical bodies. This application of the Force is known as magnifying the senses, and it is a skill that many Padawans struggle to master. The key to success in this area lies in letting go of one's preconceptions and expectations. For those who need extra guidance, the practice of Force-boosted hearing can be a powerful tool, a way to focus the mind and attune oneself to the subtle vibrations and energies that permeate the world around them. By meditating in a quiet space, with all other senses closed down, the Padawan can learn to track the movements of a remote training device, following its gentle hum as it travels farther and farther away. In time, they may be surprised to find that their hearing has grown so acute that they can detect the remote's presence even when it is far beyond the range of their physical ears. This same principle can be applied to all of the Padawan senses, from sight to smell to taste and beyond. For those species that rely on more exotic forms of perception, such as air pressure or electromagnetic fields, this exercise can be adapted to suit their unique needs and abilities. But the true power of sense lies not just in the enhancement of individual perceptions, but in the ability to merge and combine them into new and unexpected ways. This is the essence of projective telepathy, a technique that blends the perceptual abilities of sense with the more direct and forceful discipline of alter. Through projective telepathy, the Padawan can literally project their thoughts and feelings into the mind of another, conveying messages and warnings with a clarity and precision that words alone could never match. This skill is not an easy one to master, and even some of the most accomplished Jedi Masters struggle to achieve it consistently. For those beings who are naturally gifted in the art of telepathy, this ability may come more easily, a reflection of their innate connection to the Force and the minds of those around them. But for all Padawans, regardless of their species or background, the key to success lies in practice, patience, and a deep and abiding trust in the wisdom of the Force. Perhaps the most enigmatic and mysterious of all sensibilities is that of post-cognition, the power to perceive events and experiences that have already transpired. This skill draws not on the living force, but on the vast and inscrutable depths of the unifying force. To access this power, the Padawan must learn to let go of their individual perspective and open themselves up to the larger flow of the Force, to the endless stream of cause and effect that shapes the destiny of the galaxy. Through the technique of psychometry, they can attune themselves to the residual energies that linger in objects and places, reading the echoes of the past that are imprinted on the very fabric of the universe. This ability is not the same as simple memory recall, for the Jedi need not have been present at the event in question to perceive it through the lens of the Force. Instead, they are drawing on the Force's own vast and incomprehensible memory, tapping into the collective unconscious of the galaxy itself. As the Padawan grows and develops in their understanding of sense, they may find their perceptions of the world around them begin to change in profound and unexpected ways. Colors may seem brighter, sounds may grow clearer and more distinct. The very air itself may seem to hum with the energy of the living force. But some can have unique senses that no other Jedis can possess. There is a mythical tale of a Padawan that I would like to share with you now. A Padawan who possessed very special senses indeed. In the hallowed halls of the Jedi Temple on Coruscant, where the echoes of 1,000 generations of Jedi whisper through the ancient stone, a young initiate named Runshi walks the path of the Force. Born of human parents on a distant world, Runshi has always known that she was different, that the Force moved through her in ways that defied explanation or understanding. From the very moment she set foot in the temple, Runshi struggled to keep up with her fellow initiates. Her movements were clumsy and awkward, lightsaber techniques sloppy and unrefined. In the sparring chambers, she was often the first to fall, her body bruised and battered by the skilled attacks of her peers. But what Runshi lacked in physical prowess, she more than made up for in her connection to the Force. Her senses were alive in ways that few could comprehend, attuned to the subtlest fluctuations in energy that suffused the world around her. For Runshi, the Force was not just a tool or a weapon, but a way of experiencing and living in the world in its infinite complexity. when she closed her eyes and reached out in her mind, she could see the temple in ways that no one else could. Shimmering world of light and sound and motion that danced before her inner eye. She could feel the heat of 1,000 tiny flames in the meditation chambers, each one a beacon of focus and clarity in the Force. She could hear the whispered prayers of Jedi Masters as they knelt before the ancient statues of the temple's founders, their voices echoing through the halls like a chorus of gentle rain. And when she walked the streets of Coruscant, the vibrant energy of the city planet washed over her like a tidal wave. A cacophony of life and activity that threatened to overwhelm her senses. But even in the midst of the chaos, when she could pick out the individual threads that wove together to form the larger pattern, she could feel the Force flowing through every living being like a river of light. It was this unique gift, this extraordinary sensitivity to the Force, that would ultimately prove to be Runchi's greatest strength. For even as she struggled to keep up with her fellow initiates in the physical realm, she was honing her skills in ways that none of them could imagine, learning to trust in the guidance of the Force and the wisdom of her own intuition. And so, it is said that when dark times came, when a Jedi turned to the shadows and threatened to bring ruin to the temple and all who dwelt within it, it was the young initiate Runchi who stood against the tide, her senses alive with the warning signs of impending danger. She could feel the subtle disturbances in the Force, the ripples of darkness that emanated from the fallen Jedi like a noxious cloud. She could taste the fear and anger that clung to him like a second skin, could hear the whispers of the dark side that echoed in his every word and deed. And so, it is said, when the moment of truth arrived and the fallen Jedi made his move, it was Runchi who stepped forward, her lightsaber blazing with the purest light of the Force. In the sparring chambers where she had once been the first to fall, she now stood tall and proud, her movements fluid and graceful as she danced around her opponent's attacks. With each passing moment, Runchi's connection to the Force grew stronger, her senses expanding outward until she could feel the very fabric of the universe itself. She could see the threads of destiny that bound them all together, could feel the will of the Force guiding her every step and every strike. And when the final blow was struck, the fallen Jedi lay defeated at her feet, Runchi knew that she had found her true calling, that the Force had chosen her for a purpose greater than she had ever imagined. And so the tale of Runchi was told in the temples throughout time, a way to reinforce the idea that you do not have to be the best with a lightsaber, but trust in the Force to be your guide, and you can succeed As the ancient tales of the Jedi fade into the mists of time, their legacy endures, a beacon of hope and inspiration for all those who would follow in their footsteps. Through the long centuries of peace and the dark years of war, through the rise and fall of empires, the endless cycle of life and death, the Jedi have remained a constant presence, a guardian of the light in a galaxy too often consumed by darkness. And now, as a new generation of Jedi takes up the mantle of the Order, as young initiates learn the ways of the Force and begin their own journey on the path of light, the future of the galaxy rests in their hands. Let us go forth then, with courage and conviction, with faith in the Force and in ourselves. Let us take up the lightsaber and the mantle of the Jedi. Let us become the guardians of peace and justice the galaxy so desperately needs. And may the Force be with us all, now and always, as we walk the path of the light and the way of the Jedi. Rooted deep within the galaxy, an ancient loathing poisoned even the farthest systems. Fear towards those gifted with mysterious powers beyond mortal bounds. Beings who can move objects with their minds, control the actions of others, even glimpse events yet to come. These rare individuals often manifest unusual capabilities from childhood, cursed talents that, if discovered, assured only distrust and fear from a cruel universe. Most worlds harbored derisive legends about such beings, myths full of demonic perversion and twisted souls. Thus, a climate of fear drive those gifted with extraordinary talents to mask their true nature, existing only in shadow rumors by the name of Spawner. The Spawner were known as abominations. The Spawner were freaks. On certain planets, innocent children learned to constrain uncanny reflexes, quelled disturbing visions, desperately tried to blend among those who would scream monster at the merest hint of cosmic favor. But nowhere in the known galaxy did hatred of Spawner run deeper than upon the remote planet of Krathar. On the harsh and unforgiving planet of Krathar, oppression and danger haunt those secretly gifted with powers beyond explanation. Thus, Joran would hide his uncanny talents deep within. Known only as Slave 72, forced to scrape precious resources from endless tunnels beneath the surface. Under flickering work lamps, his shovel would unearth invaluable ore for his merciless master, Lord Dravos, who would have any spawner freak executed on sight. Yet Joran had learned how to feel the shudders in the bedrock, vibrating like whispers along his shovel's handle, allowing him to detect impending collapses. So when a faint echo down Tunnel 9 heralded catastrophe, Joran did not hesitate. He dropped his tools and plunged into the gloom on powerful legs. His innate sense for precarious rocks and beams guided him rapidly towards the screams of collapsing stone. Skidding around the corner, Joran took in the disaster with a spike of dread. 3 miners were crying out and scrambling as a substantial section of ceiling was cracking and giving way. Without thought, Joran stretched out one broad hand, feeling desperately into that void within him where untamed abilities roil. He met the terrified gaze of the nearest miner pinned by debris, and somehow halted the deadly rain just inches before them. Joran's entire massive frame trembled with effort. Teeth gritted, bow dripping with sweat, as he struggles to activate forces he cannot even name. Friend and foe alike stared in disbelief and primal awe at 72's unfathomable power on full display. His true nature laid bare before their unbelieving eyes. The tunnel continued to groan under lethal weight. Joran felt his unprecedented abilities weakening, the debris beginning to slip downwards once more. He thought desperately of his mother, Mara, a courtesan for Lord Dravos in the court, and her counsel to hide his talents at all costs. She was the only one who knew of his power. But now it was too late. He was exposed before numerous witnesses. Joran had only one choice if he wished to save anyone along with himself. With a hoarse shout, Joran drew once more on the energy humming within, from unknown dimensions through his straining limbs. He forced the debris backwards in a titanic eruption from his shaking palm, sending the avalanche reversing into Tunnel 9. As falling rock faded, Joran sank to his knees, utterly spent, visions flickering. He knew Lord Dravos' soldiers would arrive any second to shackle the spawner freak exposed by chance. Joran braced for the rough hands wrenching his arms behind his back. terrified miners murmured as he passed. Freak. Demon. He could have still fought his way free. But they knew his secret now. And if Joran resisted, his beloved mother would surely pay the price at the hands of Lord Dravos. Moments later, Joran knelt chained before Lord Dravos, whose bone-white face split into a grin. So, the tunnel rat with hidden talents. The assembled nobles tittered with malice. Dravos raised a hand and the courtroom silenced. Well, give us a demonstration, Slave 72. Unless you'd prefer immediate execution. Joran met his indifferent stare, fearing any defiance will doom his mother. Clenching his jaw, Joran fixed on a pewter cup resting near Dravos's clawed hand. It trembled, then soared unwillingly into his shackled grip. Dravos's eyebrows raised while nervous energy rippled through the gallery. Impressive. But I wonder, can it kill on command? Dravos nodded towards his executioner, standing by Joran, axe in hand. If you use your power to snap his neck, I will let you live, 72. Revulsion rose in Joran's throat. But he knew. To survive, he must obey. He stretched out a quivering palm. The executioner began to choke, face purpling as he clawed confusedly at his throat. Joran grimaced with self-loathing as he wrenched the man's neck with a final crack. Amused claps broke out among the courtiers as Dravos pronounced, "Congratulations, 72. You will be the realm's new executioner." He leaned closer and whispered so only Joran could hear. Use your powers in my service, or else your mother might not make it. Joran closed his eyes. The unspoken threat towards his mother oozed from Dravos's smile. He shuddered as a cheer went up in the crowd. The trapped spawner will now perform on command for the realm. A circus act. Joran swallowed acid despair, telling himself this horror will let his mother live one more day. Joran drifted in anguished days of corrupted luxury, showered with scraps of finery yet less than human. He kept isolated, except when Dravos wished to flaunt his pet spawner's powers in executing enemies for the noble's amusement. Joran wore the demon's mask convincingly, dispatching victims with detached efficiency. But with each casual twist of dark power, leached his own spirit. He retched until dizzy after forced performances, clinging to one uncorrupted truth. Thoughts of his mother Mara, the lone candle against engulfing darkness. My son, you done what you had to do to survive, she assured him. Joran tried to fortify his essence through relentless meditation, determined not to become the monster they expected. But the more he would kill, the more the monster and darkness grew inside of him. He must somehow withstand this crushing pressure on his soul. Standing in a shadowy alcove one day, Joran enjoyed brief solace from leers and taunts after his latest coerced brutality. He leaned against a mouldy stone, struggling to calm raging doubt and self-loathing through meditation's narrow breach. A voice broke the silence. You need a teacher. Joran turned to face the voice. A tall, raven-haired girl, half hidden in curtains of steam. I'm Zara, slave to the under-mechanics. And you desperately need guidance. Guidance in the Force. Joran blinked at the strange term. The what? Zara whispered. I sense its energy in you. Uncontrolled, chaotic. I wield the Force just as you do. Let me show you. She closed her eyes, and Joran felt an uncanny pressure. He looked down and saw a tool lift from Zara's tech kit, spinning easily between her narrow fingers. Heart pounding. Joran reached out, sensing indeed Zara's unique warmth echoing inside himself. Recognizing their shared fusion with this mysterious force. But dare he trust when betrayal could doom his mother? Zara smiled gently as if hearing his doubt. I only wish to help a kindred soul trapped in darkness. I can speak directly with this force, this power that we share. Its voice, it echoes in my head. Her words would kindle the first rebellious ember of hope in Joran's hollow chest. Follow me, she tells him. Zara's reassuring grip kept him from sidestepping down cramped tunnels until fire light spilled from a hidden chamber. Joran blinked in surprise at nearly a dozen haggard slaves huddled inside, all radiating ripples in the Force. A patchwork family bound by secrets and scars. Zara greeted them warmly, ushering a weary Joran into their den. "This is Joran," she smiled. "The one I mentioned who needs guidance with his talents." Joran shifted awkwardly under the weight of their assessing gazes. These fellow spawner, these outcasts and runaways, gathered mysteriously under Krathar's crust. An imposing man stood, pallid skin etched by winding tattoos. "I am Ro," he rumbled, taking Joran's hesitant palm in greeting. "Once too, I suppressed my gifts until Zara taught me control." His steady eyes reflected no judgment, only empathy. Behind Ro, the others observed Joran with thinly veiled caution or quiet awe. Zara touched Joran's shoulder gently. "We few share a unique bond and unique opportunity, should we dare to grasp it." She nodded to Ro, who inhales deeply. "For too long, our talents brought only fear and servitude. But the time nears when we shall ignite the flames of resistance." He gestured towards the table, which revealed elaborate plans for a coordinated sabotage to shatter Dravos's brutal minds and free all slaves. While this planet-wide riot would rage, the spawner would harness their powers and escape off the world to freedom. Joran listened with growing unease to their grandiose visions, so removed from his reality of submission and loss. Tension mounted in Joran as Ro unfurled riotous visions, rejecting a life of coerced violence to brazenly take freedom within their own hands, using their powers, using the Force for good. The others would lean forward, resonant with barely tempered rage and hope. But Joran recoiled, imagining only catastrophe, barreling down on their reckless ambitions. "You'll lead us all to slaughter," he burst out. "Or worse, fate's crueler than death if Dravos crushes your deluded insurgents." The rest of the spawner flinched as if doused by icy water. Joran pressed on fiercely. "You think these frail chains of stealth and lies can overcome all of Dravos's brutal strength?" He made eye contact with each shadowed face. raze your secret allies to bedrock and smoke. I've knelt in enough blood and soot to know. Even whispers of dissent rain down oceans of gore. Joran trembled before their stricken ranks. Into ringing silence, he whispered hoarsely, "You shouldn't have brought me here. I won't be part of this." He turned toward the dark tunnel. Zara's pleading echoes faded into the thrumming of his pulse. However their fervor would ignite longing in his marrow, Joran knew any sign of open defiance would collapse only to crushing darkness. The next day, tension clotted the air as Joran was marched to the central platform before a shouting mob in the court. It was just another day of executions. Garbed in despised fineries, he fixed his gaze on distant peaks rather than meet the hungry eyes of the wealthy. Dravos' soldiers dragged whimpering prisoners forward, but one captive's cries shred Joran's heart. He turned to see his mother, Mara, stumble first into the line, his secret confidant shackled and bleeding, their eyes locked in shared desperation across lifetimes. Joran turned desperately to Davros, who was lounging watching with smug anticipation. "No, not this one," Joran implored, fury and dread choking his cry. Dravos only laughed. "She hides treasonous secrets. Now, do your office, executioner." He gestured, and a soldier dragged the weakly struggling Mara forward by her matted hair. Joran staggered back, chest heaving. Howls rose from the crowd at his refusal. Mara lifted her eyes once more to meet Joran's with profound love and acceptance. "It's okay, my son. It's all going to be okay." Dravos raised his hand. "Well now, I think you have some knowledge you should tell your son before you depart this world, Mara." Mara lifted her head proudly as Joran trembled. "That your new executioner is blood of your own cruel heart." She turned to face her son. "I'm sorry. Dravos is your father. I've been his private courtesan years now. I wasn't supposed to keep you. I kept you a secret for as long as I could. The world dropped away as Joran tried to process what he was hearing. Surely this can't be true. Although it was strange that Davros would choose to keep a spawner alive. Joran fell to his knees as Mara turned to face him one final time. Though never spoken, in this endless moment, their hidden bond of mother and son sang with sorrowful love. I'm so sorry, Joran. Mara closed her eyes, her hand clenched into tension, and using the Force, Mara started to choke herself. The crowd started to scream, thinking that Joran himself was using his powers to kill his own mother. Joran reached out with the Force to try and stop her, but Mara was too powerful. She blocked Joran with all her might, and soon life drained from her beautiful face. The crowd erupted as Joran held his mother in his arms. Joran wasn't to know, or Mara for that fact, but the sacrifice that she had made this day would cause a chain of events to occur that would span centuries. As Joran stared at Mara's limp form, wrath ignited to scorch all vestiges of fear and doubt into smoking ash. Joran closed his mother's eyes with shaking fingers, symbols of Davos's choking grip over them all. No more. He abandoned the platform, his mother's sacrificial stand, unlocking long-suppressed power and purpose. Joran barreled through chaotic streets, seeking the hidden Alliance den, Force energy crackling in his footsteps. He slammed open the stone door to gape wildly at Zara and her loyal band, bristling with weaponry. They stared in surprise as Joran declared with fire flashing in his gaze. It's time. I will lead your rebellion. Determination flowed between them, binding leader to outraged kin. In the uprising's initial hours, the band of outcasts achieved victories against stunned governors, infiltrating compounds to ignite roaring sabotage planet-wide, using the Force in public. Most of the slave forces joined the insurrection, thirsty for vengeance. However, most of the public on the planet ran terrified of the demon spawner using their powers. Davos's fortress remained impervious to assault. During a brutal failed breach, the Alliance's co-leader, Ro, sacrificed himself to shield Joran and Zara from ambush. As he bled out amid rubble and smoke, Ro's scarred hand clenched Joran's. this new generation must bear their revolutionary spark now skyward. Only a few spawner rebels survived that bloody attack. Reeling, they vowed to honor their fallen by completing Roe's charge. Escape Dravos's chokehold by any means. Retain hope's fragile ember, however dimmed behind smoke clouds of loss. The few spawner left tear down regional garrisons, transmitting upheaval system-wide, alongside the growing masses united by outrage. When despair threatened as comrades fell skirmish by skirmish, Joran rallied his kindred's will by invoking his mother's ultimate defiance, until at last only Joran and Zara remained of the Alliance leadership. Gritty determination fused by trauma. They resolved to confront Dravos himself, or die ensuring his delighted crowds never feast on torture served by spawners' hands. Joran and Zara ascended numbing stairs towards the center of Dravos's impenetrable stronghold, prepared to sacrifice their lives, confronting him face to face. They crept into the carnivorous throne room, swathed in blood-red banners. Dravos waited sneering upon the cold chair, guarded by a wall of spears thirsty for outclassed blood. My bastard spawn son returns, snivelling at last, he mocked. Joran stood firm, the force glimmering dangerously around his clenched fists. Your choking grip ends today. This is now a galaxy where we all stand proud as equals. Dravos threw back his horned head with vicious amusement, as if feeble dreams fulfill reality's hunger. I spared your life when I found out where you came from. I gave you a purpose. I let you live. Yet you repay service with betrayal? Dravos flicked his wrists. His guards walked towards Joran and Zara in unison, their blades shaking with tension. Joran and Zara cried out in unison. Now. Channeled rage hurtling towards the guards, piercing them as they collapsed in a cacophony as chaos exploded. Soon, Joran vaulted forward, a vice-like power clamping around Dravos's pale throat as he slowly strangled the tyrant until only icy silence remained. A red dawn crept over distant peaks. In the victory's smouldering wake, Joran expected embrace for hard-won liberty. Instead, fearful eyes tracked the spawner pair as they walked numbly among the ruin and crowds. For though the planet had won freedom upon the backs of Joran and Zara's sacrifice, dread of their powers persisted. They pleaded for trust, vowing protection now that Drevos lay dead. But the citizens recoiled. Zara wept silently as mobs screamed out, "Monsters, demons, take flight from our planet." Joran argued their power could safeguard fragile peace, but an old woman spat at his boots. "You gifted demons herald only darkness. We shall take uncertain liberty's sharp hope over sorcerer servitude again." The rebel spark gutters, leaving Joran and Zara isolated once more. They had won liberty for this people, this planet, but no place among them. As the rumbling starship readied for cast-off, Joran met Zara's defiant eyes, with Ro's dying wish echoing between them. That someday, somewhere, their fire may yet spark lasting change. They clasped each other close, turning resolute backs upon the home that hated them, to seek a new purpose between uncaring stars. Joran plotted a course for the isolated world of Ahch-To, glimpsed in Zara's Force visions as a sanctuary. Their ship descended through cloud and mist. Ahch-To's rolling islands emerged tranquil, dotted by tiny caretaker settlements unaware of greater galactic turmoil. Joran and Zara climbed craggy cliffs far from fearful eyes. The Force guiding them to a lonely mountain peak, veiled in legend. Amongst the arched stone huts, they vowed to use their powers only for good, never domination or revenge. Zara dreamt of a vision that they would build a temple. This temple would offer guidance for lost spawner like themselves. Joran's shadowed gaze kindled as she spoke. Yes, an order devoted to compassion and to hope. We can find other spawner and let them live here to use their powers for good. Let's build this together. Joran nodded firmly as revelation swelled within him. The Force, it decrees we take a new name. We shall be called Jedi. They toiled side by side, levying massive stones with amplified strength to form a central sanctuary surrounded by meditation alcoves. In carved mosaics, Zara immortalized other Jedi's proud sacrifice, so their light may long endure. One twilight evening, After Zara had been gone on a mission called upon her by the Force itself, Joran rested his sore limbs under alien constellations as Zara approached softly, holding something new she had forged. She held it up towards Joran. "What is that?" he asked, with quiet reverence, as she ignited a glowing blue blade, bathing her face in sapphire. The first lightsaber, a symbol of their new covenant. Joran embraced her in wordless awe under the glittering expanse of a universe once more open to promise. For here, the Jedi Order waited patiently to emerge. The dry, scorching heat of Tatooine's twin suns baked down on a remote cliffside enclave. Inside, the young Sith acolyte named Draven was deep in meditation. Her eyes closed. Draven reached out with the Force, channeling the simmering emotions of anger, hatred, and fear that fueled the dark side. She had trained under the mysterious Lord Verak for years now, honing her skills in the ways of deception, cruelty, and death. He had forged her into a lethal weapon, obedient to his will. The sound of heavy footsteps echoed down the stone corridor outside. Draven's eyes snapped open, glowing amber in the dim light. She rose smoothly to her feet just as a massive cloaked figure entered the room. Kneeling quickly, she bowed her head and spoke. "My master, how may I serve?" Lord Verak loomed over her, his face lost in the shadows of his hood.
Draven, the time has come for your trial by fire,
he rasped in his gravelly baritone.
A rogue Sith named Callus Ren has broken from our order, fleeing with dangerous knowledge. Hunt him down. Eliminate him.
Eagerness flowed through Draven. "It will be done, my lord." Verak Zavrak's voice took on a harder edge. Do not fail me, apprentice. Prove your worth. He turned abruptly, his cloak swirling behind him as he departed. Draven rose and made swiftly for the hangar. Soon, her sleek Sith infiltrator starship was streaking through hyperspace to the last known location of her quarry. She stretched out with the Force, letting the delicious anticipation of the hunt fill her senses. After some time, the ship dropped out of lightspeed above a remote outer rim world. Draven followed the dark ripples in the Force, down through the atmosphere to the surface. Landing stealthily, she exited the ship and set out across the barren, rocky landscape, hand poised above the lightsaber at her belt. Her prey was near. She could feel it. Draven crept silently through the maze of windswept canyons, focused intently on the faint echo of darkness ahead that marked her target. Her senses strained. She paused behind a crumbling stone pillar as the twisted entrance to an ancient temple came into view. There, a flicker of movement from within. Draven spun, her red lightsaber flashing to life and crackling as she plunged inside. She stalked through the gloomy, sand-strewn corridors, weapon raised in anticipation. Turning a corner, she was met by a blistering barrage of blaster fire. Draven moved her lightsaber in a rapid defensive pattern, deflecting the bolts away from her body with precision. As the shooting ceased, a figure leapt from the shadows, violet lightsaber slashing toward her with blinding speed. Draven's blade spun up in an instinctive parry, sparking violently against her attacker's weapon. Disengaging, she somersaulted backwards and adopted a ready stance. Her opponent was a Zabrak, covered in black and red tattoos. Callus Wren. He grinned ferally, circling her with predatory excitement. Come to die, slave of Verac, he taunted, and with a roar he charged, unleashing a torrent of powerful blows. Draven gave ground at first, studying his technique. Ren's style was fierce and direct, but sloppy. The hallmarks of an undisciplined traitor. After parrying a particular heavy overhead strike, Draven saw her opening. As Ren overextended, she landed a force-augmented kick to his chest, hurling him backwards. In an instant, she was upon him, her blade finding the hilt of his weapon and slicing cleanly through it. Ren's look of shock lasted only a moment before her crimson saber impaled his heart. Draven flicked the blood from her blade before reaching for her comlink. A large hollow image of Lord Verak materialized. "It is done, Master," she reported. "The traitor is no more." Verak's mouth curled in satisfaction. "Well done, my apprentice. You are one step closer to fulfilling your destiny." His gravelly voice took on a note of warning. "Search his body for anything of value, then await my orders." After his image dissipated, Draven rifled through Ren's pockets. Finding a data card, she quickly returned to her ship to inspect its contents. It appeared to contain coordinates for a secret rendezvous point somewhere on the fringes of the unknown regions. Draven's excitement grew. More rogue Sith to hunt down meant more opportunities to prove herself. She entered the coordinates into the nav computer and made the jump to light speed, eager to continue her mission. Draven's sleek starship dropped out of hyperspace above a remote, icy planet. She guided it down through the atmosphere, homing in on the darkness she could feel pulsing ahead. Soon, a massive stone citadel carved into the face of a sheer cliff came into view. Draven circled her target, senses probing. There was something unnatural here. A strange hollowness to the darkness typically associated with the Sith. Landing her ship some distance away, Draven approached the fortress carefully, lightsaber at the ready. The entrance stood unguarded, but she felt no reassurance. Mere steps into the shadows of the entry hall. Her danger sense screamed a warning. Igniting her blade, she turned to find a dark figure waiting, face obscured beneath a hood and mask. Why do you serve the Sith Hunter? The figure asked, activating a jagged red lightsaber. Draven pointed her blade toward him. I do my master's bidding. Stand down or be destroyed. The Sith shook his head. We are all slaves to their will. I can show you the truth. Igniting a second lightsaber, he moved into an aggressive combat stance. Draven tightened her grip. Lies will not deceive me. She leapt forward, unleashing a blistering barrage of strikes. To her surprise, her opponent expertly turned aside each blow. As they danced their deadly duel through the echoing corridors, Draven realized she had underestimated this rogue Sith. He possessed a level of skill and fluidity in the Force that surpassed any she had faced so far. Abruptly, the Sith's movements changed, becoming erratic and uncontrolled. He clutched at his head with one hand, lightsaber flailing wildly. Get out my mind, he screamed through gritted teeth, eyes blazing behind his mask. He fixed his tormented gaze on Draven. Flee, now. This is a trap. Before she could react, the Sith let loose an animalistic howl. Both hands gripping his unstable lightsaber, he ignited the blade through his own chest. Draven watched in shock as he collapsed, dead at her feet. Inside his chest, wires, robotics, mechanics. This Sith was some sort of android. A trap. What could he have meant? Realization came too late. Electrified nets suddenly shot from hidden wall ports, tangling around her limbs. Draven cried out as paralytic shocks coursed through her body. The last thing she saw before blacking out was armored figures rushing to surround her. Draven regained consciousness abruptly. She was restrained, upright against a wall, in a small, cramped room. Two technicians stood before her, carefully inserting wires at points along her limbs. They exchanged startled glances as her eyes snapped open. She shouldn't be awake yet, one technician said in a panicked voice. But before he could act, Draven summoned the Force with rage. The two technicians clutched at their throats as she choked them simultaneously. They frantically clawed at the invisible grip, but within moments they went limp and silent. Draven broke her bonds effortlessly and tore the wires free of her body. But suddenly, a rush of unfamiliar images flashed through her mind. Training with Jedi masters, meditating in tranquil temples. What were these images? She shook her head, trying to clear the foreign presence she felt inside her mind. Exiting the room, she found herself in a narrow passageway, likely aboard a small starship. Memories of this Jedi still flashing in her mind, trying to take over her consciousness. Your name is Kaelin. These thoughts thumped in her head. Overpowering them, she reached out with the Force, sensing a living presence nearby. Draven strode toward the presence, holding her head in pain. Images and thoughts thumping inside of her now. Turning a corner, she was met by a young woman with short, dark hair. Fear flashed across the woman's face. "Wait, stop," she pleaded, backing away slowly. "My name is Rhea. I'm trying to help you." Draven advanced threateningly. "Explain what you've done to me now. This will be hard to accept," Rhea said carefully. "But you are an android, a robot, built from the ground up, programmed by the Sith Lord Varrak, by transferring the mind and consciousness of a Jedi. The memories and images you see in your head are real." "Lies," Draven spat, igniting her lightsaber. Rhea's voice took on a tone of desperation. "Varrak has deceived you, used you as an experiment to put the Force into a robotic..." Draven knocked her unconscious with one swift blow. Draven hesitated momentarily, staring at her own reflection on the glass window, feeling uncertainty in her own heart. She needed answers, and there was only one way to get them. She must confront her master. Draven locked Rhea away in a small cargo hold on the ship. Could her identity really be a lie? Draven's anger and confusion boiled over. She had to know the truth of her own body. Taking a sharp, serrated blade, She began slowly cutting into her forearm, peeling back a layer of skin to reveal wires and fibers underneath. But she did not stop there. The Jedi Kaelin, in her thoughts, told her to keep going. In a mania, she tore into the synth skin across her entire body, ripping it completely free to expose the robotic skeleton and distorted cybernetics that had replaced her muscles, her organs, and her bones. Sparking wires and tubes hung obscenely from her now fully metallic form. Her face a robotic skeleton. Draven stared in horror and self-loathing at what she had become, a monstrous machine inhabiting the shell of a once human form. Rage overwhelmed her at this violation. Varric had sought to make her into an unfeeling instrument of death, a destroyer with no sense of self or control. But she would have vengeance. She would force him to return what he had taken from her, and the Jedi he had desecrated. Their freedom, identity, and humanity. Storming to the cargo bay, she towered over Rhea. Explain this. Rhea looked terrified at the sight of the robotic skeleton. She spoke carefully. You were created by Lord Varric. He imprints kidnapped Jedi minds onto programmed android slaves like you. Draven clenched her skeletal metal fists. So, everything I remember, my past, is a lie? I'm afraid so, Rhea said sadly. Your emotions, your memories, even your own name were all fabricated to control you. You were linked to a Jedi's consciousness that gives you power in the Force. Draven screamed in anguish and slammed a fist into the wall, leaving a sizable dent. Rhea flinched, but continued speaking. There are so many like you. I'm trying to stop this. I've been trying to hack these rogue Sith. We have to stop Varric's experiments and free the captive Jedi. Draven's photoreceptors dimmed as she processed Rhea's words. She had been merely a tool, a disposable droid built to serve the Sith's purposes. Varrak would pay dearly for such deception. Set course for Malachor, she commanded Rhea. It is time my master answered for his sins. They travelled in silence as Draven prepared to meet her master. When they arrived, Draven wore hooded robes, concealing her robotic figure, and descended alone to the planet's bleak surface, winding her way through the ancient stone passages to Varrak's inner sanctum. Tearing through his massive door, she strode inside to find the shadowy Sith Lord rising from his obsidian throne. "You dare violate my sanctum," he rasped, not yet recognizing her. "Identify yourself." Draven tore away her cloak, casting aside the last pretense of her past identity. "Don't you recognize your own creation, pretender?" Varrak's eyes widened in shock as he took in her exposed skeleton. "Draven, what have you done, my child?" Draven advanced. "I finally saw through your lies and deception. You stole a Jedi's mind to control me." Varrak shook his head, his mind racing. "Calm yourself, Draven. The Jedi gives you power in the Force. Your purpose remains unchanged. We can and will accomplish much together." "I have no purpose but to end you," Draven spat back. "Tell me, where is this Jedi's body kept?" Varrak shook his head, igniting his lightsaber. Draven leapt at him in a rage. Their blades smashed together, showering the stone floor with sparks. As they dueled across the chamber, Varrak tried desperately to reason with her. "You were my greatest achievement. Seize this madness at once." Draven would not yield, driven by burning hatred for the one who engineered her false life. But Varrak's skill with a blade was immense. She felt herself being pushed back under his blistering assault. She was nearly defeated. Sensing this, suddenly Kaelin's lingering essence rose within her mind, guiding her limbs and movements. Bolstered with renewed strength, Kaelin and Draven combined Both turned the tide against Verak's darkness. Draven disarmed Verak, sending him down to the stone floor in defeat. She stood over him, lightsaber poised at his throat. The Jedi captive. Reveal his location, and you will live, she commanded. Verak's eyes smoldered with impotent rage. Draven pressed the tip of her blade into his shoulder, eliciting a scream of agony. Last chance. Where is his body, or you die? Trembling from pain, Verak finally broke. The coordinates are in my holocron, he gasped weakly. On a planet called El Savas. Draven retrieved the holocron from Verak's robes, verifying the planet. Satisfied, she turned back to the defeated Sith Lord. Please, we can still accomplish much together, Verak implored. But Draven had already made her decision. Without another word, she executed Verak with a swift strike, ending his evil influence forever. The choice had been merely an illusion. Returning to her ship, Draven found Rhea still locked in the cargo bay, awaiting her fate. Draven considered ending the rebel's life to erase any loose ends, but she stayed her hand, realizing Rhea's skills could prove useful. You will take me to El Savas, Draven commanded. Help me free the Jedi, and I will let you live. Rhea agreed. As they traveled through hyperspace, Draven reached out with her thoughts, trying to connect fully with Kaelin. She could feel his lingering presence within her own mind, though it remained elusive. Soon, she hoped to free his physical form from its prison. The icy gulag planet El Savas loomed large in the viewport as Draven's ship exited hyperspace. Great glaciers and rugged snow-capped peaks covered its surface. In orbit, Draven could make out the outlines of a giant stone structure embedded in the ice. Remnants of the ancient Rakatang Empire that built this world into a massive prison. Bringing Rhea along, Draven piloted the ship down toward the coordinates Verak had provided. They landed in a secluded valley, far from the sprawling gulag complex, built atop the ancient foundations. Cold winds howled between sheer icy cliffs. As they disembarked, and began the trek to infiltrate the prison. After hiking through drifting snows, Draven and Rhea arrived at a towering wall, surrounded by guards and gun emplacements. Unfazed, Draven strode up to the gates and proclaimed, "I am here under direct orders from Lord Verak. Stand aside." The guards hesitated briefly before allowing Draven and Rhea to enter. Inside, they found a labyrinth of dark corridors and massive chambers carved from the icy caverns. Draven could sense the suffering etched into the very walls from millennia of imprisonment. Reaching out with her senses, Draven probed ahead for the distinct essence of a Jedi's spirit. She followed a faint ripple deep through the complex until an enormous chamber came into view, filled with row upon row of status pods. Peering inside, Draven saw each contain the helpless form of a Jedi prisoner. There were hundreds. Draven methodically scanned the pods until she found Kaelin's body. She just stared at his lifeless limbs. Rhea spoke up nervously. "Is this him? What will you do now?" Draven considered the frail form before her. "I will transfer his consciousness back to his physical body. But that process will destroy your neural net," Rhea warned. "You won't survive this, Draven." Draven was resolute. "If that is the cost of his freedom, I will gladly pay it." Draven and Rhea prepared the surgical apparatus for Kaelin's transfer. Lying down inside, cables and wires extended to connect her android systems to the nearby pod holding Kaelin's catatonic body. Rhea initiated the sequence. Blinding arcs of energy enveloped Draven, causing her metallic limbs to spasm. Her photoreceptors flickered erratically as Kaelin's consciousness flooded her neural net, overwriting her programmed identity. Draven's robotic body seized violently against the onslaught of Kaelin's mind, seeking reunification with its rightful vessel. With a final burst of light, the transfer was complete. Draven went lifeless, while Kaelin grasped at awareness, returned to his living form. Disorientated, he stumbled from the pod with Rhea's support. Kaelin regarded Draven's lifeless android shell with sorrow. She sacrificed herself? Rhea nodded. There are others like you, Kaelin. Hundreds. Kaelin nodded slowly. We don't know where the other Sith androids are, but Draven will know how to find them. Rhea looked at Kaelin. I can transfer another Jedi mind into her vacant frame. After an uneasy silence, Kaelin agreed. Let's bring her back. Rhea swiftly transferred a Jedi Master's consciousness into Draven's empty vessel, and soon light returned to her photoreceptors as the Jedi Master's essence took hold. Draven's gaze met Kaelin's for the first time. He extended a hand. Hello there, my friend. Let us finish this task together. The first rays of sunlight stream in through the window of the Jedi Temple. Still groggy, you take a moment to center yourself and prepare for the day ahead. Today is an important one, as it marks another milestone in your Jedi training. Rising from your simple cot, you splash your face with cool water and dress in your customary robes. You pause to attach your lightsaber securely to your belt, feeling its familiar weight at your hip. The weapon has become more like an extension of your own body after all these years of intense training. Exiting your quarters, you make your way swiftly through the maze of corridors comprising the ancient temple. Jedi of various ranks pass to and fro, but you only focus on your destination ahead. Eventually, you arrive at the training grounds, an open-air courtyard dominated by an ornate fountain in its center. Small groups of Padawans like yourself go through practice combat sequences under the watchful eyes of Jedi Masters. You spot your own master across the courtyard and make your way over, bowing respectfully in greeting. Your master surveys you appraisingly. Are you prepared for today's test? You nod. I am, Master. Though you keep your face impassioned, internally you feel a twinge of nerves. Today you will face the trial of skill, undergoing a series of physical challenges to assess your mastery of the Jedi arts. Passing will represent a major step towards transitioning from Padawan learner to Jedi Knight. Failure is not an option in your mind. Your master seems to sense the flicker of anxiety within you. Placing a hand reassuringly on your shoulder, he reminds you to simply focus on the present and trust in the Force. You draw a deep, calming breath and recenter yourself. You know all your years of intense training have prepared you for this very moment. At your master's signal, you follow him from the training grounds towards a towering temple structure used for the trials. Other Jedi nod respectfully as you pass by, well aware of the significance of this day. Your pulse quickens as you ascend the steps and pass through the towering stone archway. Within is a vaulted chamber with a very high ceiling. Strange obstacles and configurations of platforms and poles occupy the space. High above, other Padawans can be seen navigating the challenging course. This will test both your physical agility and mastery over the Force. Your master directs you to step forward and take your starting position on a platform near the ground. You do so, peering up to study the daunting course. You spot places where you will need to harness the Force to enhance your jumps or carefully direct your falls. Taking another measured breath, you clear your mind and nod to your master that you are indeed ready and focused. At his signal, you leap forward, using the Force to propel yourself upward onto the vertical pole. You manage to land deftly atop it in a one-legged stance, already working to maintain perfect balance. The height is dizzying, but you pay it no mind, attuning yourself only to the obstacles immediately before you. Timing your jump carefully, you lunge sideways to grasp the swinging rope that will carry you across a deep chasm to the next platform. The rope arcs wildly as you sail across open space and use the Force to land in a solid crouch on the platform edge. Without pausing, you turn and fling yourself nimbly over a low barrier, then drop into a smooth, controlled roll to pass beneath a row of swinging obstacles. You move through the course fluidly, never rushing. You draw deeply on your connection to the Force, allowing it to guide your hands and feet to precision positions exactly when needed. From balance beams to narrow ledges to enemy droid simulations, you meet every challenge with calm composure. Years of relentless training have honed your body to move instinctively in concert with the Force's guidance. Before you even realize it, you are leaping powerfully to grasp the final landing platform up on the ceiling. Hauling yourself upwards, you sprint across the platform and slap your hand to the glowing crystal suspended at the course's end. As you do, a resonant hum reverberates through the chamber and the platform beneath your feet slowly lowers back to the floor. Down below you see your master waiting with an approving gleam in his eyes. "Well done, my young Padawan," he says, as you step off the platform. "You have passed the trial of skill most impressively. I am proud of how far you have come." You bow your head, allowing yourself to feel a small glow of satisfaction at his praise. Thank you, Master, but I know there are still many trials ahead if I am to become a Jedi Knight. He smiles and clasps your shoulder. Indeed, but I have no doubt you will succeed if you maintain such focus. He gestures towards the archway. Come now, and after some rest and nourishment, there will be one final trial for you to undertake today. Intrigued, you follow him from the vaulted room towards the temple refectory. Your muscles pleasantly ache, and hunger gnaws at your belly after the strenuous trial. As you eat with your master, he explains the final trial you must face today, the trial of the flesh. You listen intently, knowing it represents another traditional milestone in your training. All Padawans must undergo painful ritual branding, scored by laser upon their forearms. This serves as a reminder to forever resist the temptations of the flesh. You steel yourself, hiding any anxiety. With your master, you make your way to the ritual chamber deep within the temple. The dark, windowless room is lined with cold stone. In its center sits the branding table, ancient and worn. Your master directs you to sit and extend your left arm. You do so without hesitation, palm up. From the shadows, the priestess emerges. Her face is masked and she moves with solemn grace. Silently, she activates the laser branding tool. Crimson light flares, gloom as she positions it over your bare forearm. You do not flinch away. There is a brief flash of searing heat and pain as she presses down. Your nostrils fill with an acid burning scent, but you remain still, jaw clenched. When the priestess lifts the branding tool, you see a raw, blackened symbol now seared into your flesh. The first mark. The pain radiates hotly up your arm, but you push it aside, steadying on your breathing. Again and again over the next hour, the priestess works in silence, leaving 3 sacred marks up and down each forearm. Your master observes stoically as you accept each brand with silent resilience. At last, it is done. Your arms throb, and the 12 marks stand out angry and inflamed against your skin. But you merely incline with your head respectfully to your master and the priestess, before rising to exit the ritual chamber. This pain is only temporary. You understand the sacred role these marks will play in reinforcing your commitment to the Jedi path. Stepping back out into the temple corridors, you feel an undeniable sense of accomplishment. Just one Padawan among many. You have faced and overcome 2 difficult trials today. Your connection to the Force feels amplified by these intense experiences. You know you are one step closer to knighthood. With evening approaching, you follow your master into one of the temple's tranquil gardens. Side by side, You meander along the gravelled paths between artfully tended plants and trickling fountains. Your master instructs you to reflect upon what you have so far learned and how to apply it wisely moving forward. You walk in contemplative silence, hands folded within your robes as you consider it all. The beauty and peace of your surroundings gradually lead your mind to stillness. For a time, you think of nothing at all, simply existing in the present moment and drinking in the living force flowing through this garden. The throb of your flesh brand seems to fade into the background, but even this serenity cannot silence a small kneading doubt that has lingered in the back of your mind for some time now. Since your early days as a youngling, some masters have sensed in you an unusually strong connection to the Force. Their praise has fueled your dedication to becoming a powerful Jedi. But on occasion, during meditation or trials of combat, you have felt something else. For just a fleeting second, a surge of hot anger or pride has spiked through you in response to pain or frustration. It is over in an instant, but you still fear these passing shadows may betray the existence of darker tendencies underlying your outward discipline. You have learned about the Sith and the corrosive dangers of emotion, so you have worked hard to smother any flickers of passion over the years. Yet, a small worm of doubt persists about whether the teachings of the Jedi are the only valid path. You have witnessed how fear, anger, and aggression can provide fuel for action. Maybe passion could lend you even greater strength if harnessed correctly. Realizing your thoughts have wandered down an unwise path, you draw a sharp breath and force your mind back once more. Such doubts lead only to the dark side, or so you have been taught. For years, the light side of the Force has guided you well. You must trust in your training and ignore these passing moments of weakness. Your future lies on the Jedi path, if only you stay true to their wisdom. The sun sinks low below the temple rooftops as you complete another loop of the garden path. Realizing the late hour, your master turns to you with an approving nod. It seems we have walked enough for today, my young Padawan. Get some rest. Tomorrow your training will continue, as it must until you are ready for the trials of knighthood. Together you make your way into the temple and bid each other good night. Returning to your modest sleeping quarters, you change into some simple sleep clothes and lower your aching body down onto your narrow cot. Lying flat and still in the darkness, you reflect over all that transpired today. 2 trials behind you now. More lie ahead, along with the looming question of whether you have the fortitude to pass them without faltering. You are confident you possess the physical skills required of a Jedi Knight, but you know the devotion to the service, self-sacrifice and self-control expected of a knight may be more difficult. Once again, that flicker of doubt returns. Does part of your eagerness for promotion come from a place of ambition and pride, rather than humble service? You crave the respect and power of a knight. Perhaps the Sith embrace of passion would not lead you so astray after all. You force the treacherous thoughts away, angry at yourself. The dark side is seductive. You see that now. It has planted insidious seeds of temptation within you that must not take root. The light side of the Force has guided you this far. You must continue to trust in the wisdom passed down in the Jedi teachings, no matter how fleeting doubts may trouble you. There is no passion. There is peace. Repeating the comforting mantra, you clear your mind and calm your breath. You focus only on the present until you feel your anxieties and misgivings fade. The code reminds you that you walk the right path. With the Force as your ally, you shall pass the trials in time and finally take your place as a Jedi Knight. You awaken well before sunrise, feeling rested and focused after a night of dreamless sleep. Today will be yet another of intense training on the path to knighthood. Going through your morning routine, you dress swiftly in rugged Jedi attire. You take a moment to examine the fresh ritual brands on your arms, still red and inflamed. The throbbing pain grounds you firmly in the present. This is the life you have chosen. There can be no turning from the Jedi path now. Moving with quiet purpose through the torchlit temple corridors, you make your way towards the training grounds. Only the most dedicated students and masters are up at this early hour. In the pre-dawn chill, you begin your daily regimen of meditation, stretching, and martial art forms. You flow smoothly from one disciplined movement to the next until your blood sings with energy purified by the Force flowing through you. As the sun breaches the horizon, more Jedi gradually emerge for morning instruction. You join your peers in unarmed combat drills overseen by Master Dralik, the Temple Sword Master. Though only using practice sticks, you spar with commitment, as if your weapon were a real lightsaber. The sticks crack sharply with each blow. You press the attack against your partner, focus solely on disarming them decisively. Your aggressive advances seem to perplex the older master, but he says nothing. The training yard grows crowded and loud as the day progresses. After noon meal, you join your fellow Padawans in practicing mind tricks and manipulation skills by subtly influencing training remotes and mouse droids. Most struggle with only partially successful results, but you manage to fully override your target's programming on first attempt. Your master raises an eyebrow at your swift mastery of such an advanced technique, but again, he remains silent. Later, as you assemble in the temple archive for Jedi history instruction, you find it difficult to focus. You take only minimal notes above the Great Sith War, and instead your mind turns again to the whispers of temptation that trouble you more and more each day. The Jedi preach control, denial, non-attachment. But are these truly the only worthy goals? Your power and connection to the Force grows stronger by the day. Should you not revel in this gift, rather than constantly restrain it? You become distracted from your conflicted musings when your datapad suddenly buzzes with an urgent summons from your master. Frowning, you swiftly make your apologies to the Archives Master and exit the hall. Winding your way swiftly through a maze of corridors, you soon arrive at the door to the Jedi High Council chamber. Your pulse quickens. Why have you been called before them so abruptly? The ornate doors slide open and you stride inside. The masters of the council sit ringed around you on raised seats. At the center is Grand Master Yoda, leaning thoughtfully on his gimmer stick as he surveys you. Your own master stands to the side, face unreadable. Master Yoda beckons you forward. Concerned about you, we are, young one. A disquiet in you the masters have sensed. Troubled you seem. You bow your head respectfully, unsure how to respond. Disconcerted whispers sound between the other masters. Into the tense silence, your own master speaks. Please, tell us truthfully what burdens your thoughts, my Padawan. We only wish to help guide you. What troubles you so? You raise your eyes cautiously. How can you express the doubts that plague you without revealing the dangerously un-Jedi-like thoughts that spawn them? But these are the High Council Masters. You cannot lie to them. Forgive me, Masters, you say slowly. But I confess I have begun to question whether the Jedi Code provides the only valid path. Emotions and passion can be powerful tools, yet we are taught to deny them. I only wish to understand why the Jedi way must be so absolute. A ripple of alarm passes through the chamber at your words. Master Yoda's ears lower as he observes you intently. Dangerous thoughts for a Padawan to entertain, he says gravely. Lead to the dark side. Doubt and passion both can. The code, understand, you will with more training. Your own master steps forward, placing a firm hand on your shoulder. Come. Additional meditation will help restore your focus, my Padawan. The Masters will continue to guide your training most mindfully. He leads you firmly from the chamber before you can argue further. But you sense a subtle shift in how the Council now regards you. Their wariness has been awakened. For better or worse, you realize you can never be just another anonymous Padawan to them now. The rest of the day passes tensely. During meditation, your thoughts keep turning back to the Council's suspicion and whispers of the dark side. You feel anger and defiance simmering beneath your outwardly serene facade. How dare they judge you for daring to question? These rebellious emotions boil over later during a fierce sparring match with another apprentice. He manages to slip through your guard, delivering a stinging blow to your shoulder that brings you to one knee. For a split second, rage explodes through you. Calling deeply on the Force, you surge back to your feet and press a savage counterattack, driving your partner back relentlessly until he loses his footing and tumbles down hard. You stand over him, chest heavying, and training saber still gripped tightly in your fist. A part of you savors the small but absolute victory. Around you, the training yard has gone silent. You feel dozens of eyes turn your way, full of unease at the unchecked fury you briefly unleashed. With great effort, you calm your breath and extend a hand to help your opponent up. But the shared looks of the masters warn they have noticed that moment of slipped control. That night, you find sleep elusive. You toss relentlessly on your narrow cot, struggling in vain to empty your mind as you've been taught. But the events of the day keep replaying in your head. Is it so wrong to feel anger in battle for a moment? You still helped your defeated opponent upward after all. You've done nothing truly irresponsible yet. There is time to master these emotions and find the right balance between passion and peace. Gradually, you become aware of subtle whispers echoing through your turbulent thoughts. The voices have no clear origin or bodies, yet they address you as if they were present in the very room. Startled but intrigued, you sit up in your cot and listen more closely. You need not bow to their outdated orthodoxy, one voice murmurs. You strain your senses, focusing intently on each hushed word. Trust your feelings, not their fraying code, hisses another voice. Passion can be power, young one. Comes a deeper hush. You hesitate, unnerved by the strange wisdom echoing directly within your mind. Who are you? You demand in a whisper. Why do you speak to me? The voices give no direct answer, but you understand with cold certainty. These are the voices of long-past Sith, remnants of their teaching seeping from hidden corners of the temple where Sith artifacts were locked away. Their words poison the very air. You should flee this room. Report the dark side whispers to the council at once. But you remain frozen. Some part of you hungering for answers only they seem to offer. The Jedi Masters fear your power. They wish to limit you, hisses one voice. You wet your dry lips. But passion and emotion are the way of the dark side, or so we are taught. Lies. Several voices chorus at once, making you wince. The Force is beyond light or dark. You have felt it. A greater power waiting within you. Do not deny yourself for the Jedi's sake. Their arguments take root in your conflicted mind. Perhaps these disembodied Sith are right after all. Passion can fuel strength, just as peace makes one's wise. Two halves of a greater truth. But no. With great effort you force their oily whispers from your mind, rejecting their poisoned words. However valid their teachings may once have been, you know nothing good can come of heeding voices that clearly seek only to corrupt you. You must go to the Council at dawn and inform them of this threat within their own temple walls. The voices hiss and cry out as you force them into silence through sheer willpower. Tomorrow you will be free from their influence. Your faith in the way of the light remains absolute. No matter how persuasive the dark side's empty promises may be. For now, finding your calm center once more, you sink back onto your cot and focus only on each breath until you drift off into untroubled sleep. But the next day, you find you cannot bring yourself to tell the Council about the disembodied voices that haunt your chamber. Admitting you listen to Sith whispers, however briefly, will only deepen their mistrust in you. No, better to keep this incident to yourself. You will simply be more vigilant in guarding yourself against the dark side's lures. In subtle ways over the following weeks, you sense the Council's wariness of you growing. Conversations hush abruptly when you enter chambers. The practice of unarmed forms or cooperative exercises are suggested rather than combat drills when you are paired with another apprentice. When you try to check out holocrons containing teachings of ancient Sith or Dark Jedi from the archives, you are gently but firmly redirected to more orthodox Jedi texts. Their thinly veiled distrust angers you, but you swallow it down beneath a veneer of humble cooperation. After all, you have not actually strayed from the proper path, though doubtless they watch closely for any misstep. You tell yourself patience and adherence to the code will win back their faith soon enough, and yet a contrary voice seems to whisper within that perhaps you will never fully prove yourself to these rigid masters. This uneasy tension persists for many months as your training progresses. Outwardly, you are a model student, hardworking, respectful, and eager to continue learning the Jedi way. Inwardly, you must constantly battle back flickers of pride, anger, and resentment that feel increasingly natural to you. But you will become a Jedi Knight soon. You are certain of it. The trials of knighthood are nearly within your grasp. The time finally arrives when one morning you are unexpectedly summoned to the council chamber. You enter to find the entire council present, Masters Yoda and your own master at the center. After solemnly motioning you forward into the center of the ring of seats, your master speaks. Nearly complete your trials are, young one. Only the trial of the spirit remains. the deepest test of a Jedi's connection to the Force, beyond the physical. But ready for this final step towards knighthood, the Council judges you to be. Your heart leaps at his words. This is the chance to finally prove yourself once and for all and take your rightful place as a knight. Outwardly, you simply bow and reply solemnly, "Thank you, Masters. I am ready for whatever final trial you ask of me." Yoda nods, peering at you closely. Eager for knighthood you seem, young one. A complex trial this will be. Prepare, you must. You do not object to his dire tone, but cannot fully contain your excitement. You are so close. Soon enough, you are following your master down into the ancient catacombs beneath the temple along with one other council member. The air grows cold and stale as you descend through the torchlit tunnels far below the surface. At last you arrive in a small circular chamber. Ancient Sith artifacts and symbols line the walls and pillars, sparking a sense of darkness and foreboding. This place has been sealed away to neutralize the power of such dangerous relics, you realize. Master Yoda hobbles to the room's center where a heavy stone trapdoor seals off access to whatever awaits below. He gestures with his stick. There, you will face the final trial. Descend you must, and confront what lurks in the darkness. Your pulse races, but you step forward without hesitation. As you grasp the iron ring set in the door to wrench it open, your master stops you with a hand on your shoulder. Remember, this trial is not a test of arms or combat skill. Mastery over the deepest shadows within is what makes a true Jedi Knight. Trust in the Force to guide you. You nod, seizing your efforts to open the door. Slowing your excited breath, you close your eyes and re-center yourself in the light. The Force flows through you, granting patience and purpose. When you feel properly grounded, you look to Yoda and bow your readiness. He closes his eyes solemnly. Then go. The Force be with you. Taking a deep breath, you heave open the trapdoor. A waft of cold, stale air rises from the opening as you peer down into absolute darkness. You clip your lightsaber securely to your belt, gather your courage, and descend slowly into the void. The ancient stone steps are uneven and slippery beneath your boots. You keep one hand against the rough wall to guide yourself downward with slow, measured steps. The feeble light from your open door above is soon lost as you leave the torch-lit chamber behind. Your world now becomes nothing but impenetrable shadows, but you channel the Force inwards like a beacon, keeping your mind calm and focus steady. The temperature drops sharply as you continue descending. Each breath emerges as ghostly puff before your face. Just as you are about to risk summoning a palmful of light, your boot finally touches level floor instead of another step. You have reached the bottom of the hidden tunnel. Straightening, you extend your senses, probing cautiously out through the force into the darkness shrouding you. Eerie silence answers. The air down here feels dead and still, almost too thick to breathe. You fight back a shiver of foreboding. The darkness seems watchful, expectant. Some trial awaits you here indeed. Gathering your courage, you ignite your lightsaber. The glowing blue blade provides welcome illumination, but only just barely pieces the vast subterranean gloom before you. Weapon clenched tight in your fist, you move forward one slow step at a time. Your footsteps crunch softly on the sandy floor. Gradually your vision adjusts to discerning vague shapes in the deeper darkness. Ancient crumbled pillars, still stone sarcophagi atop rotting plinths, and the strangest of all, fonts of some liquid placed at intervals along the shadows. This place is clearly an untouched ancient crypt sealed away millennia ago, until the Jedi Order discovered it, buried far beneath a temple. You have arrived expecting a trial by combat with some creature long imprisoned down here. But nothing stirs as you creep cautiously forward. Only ominous silence prevails, the crypt filled with the echoed memories of the dead. Perhaps this trial will prove to be one of courage in the face of the unknown. If so, you are determined to prove your readiness by bravely mastering this darkness. But as you continue along the sandy path between ominous tombs and sarcophagi, a new sound arises. A chorus of eerie whispers that seem to emanate from everywhere and nowhere all at once. Cold unease trickles down your spine. These are not the whispers of any language, ancient or modern. More like the murmurs of lost souls denied true rest, even in death. You strain your senses, but your eyes piece no further through the gloom. The whispers rise, echoes oddly between the crypt walls, then fades again. Their unnatural voices set your teeth on edge, but you force yourself to continue onward. Strange faded carvings and glyphs adorn the next row of tombs as you pass. You trail your fingers over their time-worn edges, struggling to decipher their meaning. Just then, a new sound arises that turns your blood to ice. A sinister, disembodied chuckle coming from close behind you. You whirl, lightsaber blazing, but only empty darkness fills your vision. Breath tight in your chest, you extend your senses to their limit but feel no presence in the force to betray the source of that sound. Gripping your weapon tighter, you press down on the path between forgotten tombs. Again comes that ominous laugh, closer now as if someone unseen tracks your steps. Who's there? You demand, struggling to keep the fear from your voice. Show yourself. No answer comes but for another chuckle, echoed eerily at the back. You remind yourself this is surely some illusion or trick. a test of courage rather than combat. Taking deep breaths, you force yourself to keep putting one foot before the other down the shadowy path, pushing ahead through the whispered voices and lurking presences just outside the fragile circle of blue light surrounding you. Eventually, the path opens up into a wide circular chamber ringed by pillars. At its center lies a sarcophagus atop a cracked obelisk. The ancient tomb looks to be the crypt's main focal point. Swallowing hard, you creep toward it, lightsaber held warily at your side. Strange ruins adorn the crumbling edifice. You circle it slowly, wary of any concealed threat, but only silence greets you now. Steeling yourself, you place a hand cautiously on the dusty sarcophagus lid. Exerting slow, steady force and hand pressure, you push aside the massive stone cover until it topples heavily off the obelisk. Peering within the shadowed niche thus revealed, you find a humanoid skeleton garbed in rotten finery crumbling to dust. It shows no signs of stirring to unnatural life. This long entombed ruler will remain at rest. Brow furrowed in puzzlement, you turn away from the despoiled burial vault. Clearly, no literal monster awaited you here, as expected. Perhaps simply descending to confront the domain of the dead was trial enough for the council. Your thoughts are interrupted by a new sound. A visceral sloshing noise from somewhere close behind. You whirl, lightsaber raised in anticipation of some shambling horror risen from a violated tomb. But again, only empty darkness surrounds you. The mysterious sound comes again from off to your left now. A moist, thick, liquid noise, followed by an eager gulping. A drop of cold dread trickles down your spine at the chillingly familiarity of it. No, it cannot be. You stand rooted, staring wildly about for the source. Again comes that visceral noise of drinking deeply from some unseen font. Too late you realize the peril. The bone-jingling sound issues from one of the liquid-filled basins you passed earlier. Those still fountains contain no ordinary refreshment, but some unholy dark power never meant to be drunk by living throats. Even as recognition dawns, awful cackles rise up from multiple directions at once. You ignite your lightsaber to dispel the shadows whirring wildly in search of attackers. But only your own echoing, panting breaths answer in the vast blackness. No one and nothing appears. And yet you sense the presence of hungry shadows drawing slowly nearer. With building dread, you realize the cold truth. You have violated this ancient crypt, and in doing so awakened an insidious evil that stalked these halls eons before the Jedi ever built their temple overhead. By your intrusion, you have stirred to flickering unlife the very spirits of the entombed Sith Lords themselves. And having stirred them, you ignited their thirst anew. Their thirst for living force energy. Even as this chilling revelation strikes you, the disembodied cackles surrounding you shift abruptly to savage, inhumane snarls. The brooding silence shatters into a cacophony of shrieks, howls, and screams from every direction at once. The sound is deafening, felt deep in your bones. Otherworldly shapes flicker at the corner of your vision, circling hungrily. You stand frozen in primal terror as the maelstrom rages around you. Never has your skill with a lightsaber or command of the Force felt so meaningless. These are not monsters of matter and flesh, but rather apparitions born of unbridled fury unleashed from millennia of imprisonment. Even your fearless master would be paralyzed in the face of such unrestrained dark side wrath. As one, the shrieking horde converges upon you, their hurricane fury blotting out all sight and sound. Icy talons rake your essence as the spirits vie to feast first on your living force. Sheer agony shrieks through every fibre of your being as vampiric entities rip and tear mercilessly. You are helpless, weightless, unmade. With a final defiant spark of will, you grasp for your last lifeline, the light side of the Force. Calling on it as never before, you drive back the gnashing spirits with a blast of pure light from within. The touch of grace and life repels them. Their grasp recoils in pain from your luminous aura. Howling curses, the hosts fall back into their hungry dark. Your essence crashes back into your body, leaving you grasping on hands and knees, shuddering uncontrollably. Never have you been so close to absolute dissolution of self. You cling desperately to the roots of light still holding you there. But even as you quaver in the aftermath, you sense the barest flicker of disappointment within. For just a heartbeat, that unlimited power could have been yours to drink deeply of. Shuddering, you slam a metal door on the dark thought. This place has done its work on you, but you must rise above its influence. Weakly, you gain your feet and stumble back down the lightless path between cursed tombs to the exit waiting above. The ravenous whispers hound your steps, but dare not draw nearer to the aura of light again. At last you drag yourself up the final worn steps and push open the trapdoor. Gentle torchlight washes over you, sublime after so long below. Your master and Yoda stand exactly as you left them, unmoving guardians. Concern flickers in your master's eyes as you stagger gratefully back into the chamber. What did you face down there? He asks intently. You emerge gravely shaken, my Padawan. You open your mouth but hesitate, momentarily unsure how to even describe the horrors. In the end, you simply state hoarsely, I looked into the void between life and death, but the light guided me back. Yoda peers at you closely, as if glimpsing the wounds not visible to flesh eyes. Finally he nods. Then your trial is complete. A Jedi Knight now, you are. But watch, you still must, for incomplete training leaves lingering darkness. Guard against pride and fear you must, as all masters do, lest from the light your steps should stray. You kneel respectfully, steadying yourself against lingering tremors of cold dread. Thank you, masters. I swear to uphold the Jedi Code with diligence. Your master smiles, offering a hand to help you rise. Then come. The knight must forge their own weapon. The materials await you in the crystal caves. There, you will meditate on your path forward. Together you make your way up through the catacombs into the warmer air once again. The cold of that place remains coiled inside you, a secret memory of unbound power never fully forgotten. The light side must be your guide from here onward, you remind yourself firmly. And yet, a new thought rises unbidden. Why must the two halves forever war? In the depths, you tap both light and the dark, as needed to survive. With balance and wisdom, perhaps the two could even work in harmony. But you swiftly silence the dangerous reflection. From now on you must focus only on the Jedi way, as taught since your youth. The Council will be watching closely. Patience and trust in traditional teachings are your path ahead. For now, you release the troubling encounter from your thoughts and turn your focus to finding the right Kyber crystal deep within glittering caves. Soon, you will hold a knight's weapon. A new phase of your journey lies ahead, wherever the Force may lead. You make your way through the torchlit tunnels with your master, descending into the ancient crystal caves buried beneath the Jedi temple. The air grows warmer and takes on a glittering quality as you go deeper. Soon, the cramped tunnel opens up into a soaring cavern studded with kyber crystals of every size and hue. Their facets shine like stars in the darkness. Your master guides you to a small meditation chamber carved into the cave wall. Sit, center yourself, and let the Force guide your hand to the crystal meant for you. With that cryptic instruction, he withdraws, leaving you alone surrounded by the thrumming song of the Kybers. Settling onto a flat stone bench, you regulate your breathing and open your mind, allowing the living force to flow through you. The susurrus of the crystals swell until it fills your awareness completely. You sit in stillness, one with the luminous gem's harmonic resonance. Gradually, you become aware of a single pure node rising above the rest. You open your eyes, immediately drawn to the one unassuming crystal emitting a bright ultrasonic chime. Hardly the largest kyber, but you know intrinsically this one calls to you. Rising, you approach it, where it sprouts from a crevice in the cave wall. You lay out your hand gently over its smooth facets. A startling clarity rings through your mind at the contact. This is the heart of the blade that will serve and define you henceforth as a Jedi Knight. Gripping the crystal firmly between both hands, You exert slow, steady pressure through the force. With a musical crack, the gem comes free in your hands, leaving the crystal's dust to drift down. You lift your kyber triumphantly, admiring its inner fire. Already your saber takes shape in your mind's eye. You spend the next several days in your quarters, focused on constructing the hilt that will contain your crystal. Guiding hands and force through meticulous work, you shape an elegant but simple metal cylinder grip. Once satisfied, you seal your crystal securely within, completing your first lightsaber. The finished hilt sits heavy in your hand, awaiting its activation. Closing your eyes, you reach out with your feelings and brush the ignition switch with the force. A sudden snap hiss splits the air, followed by the iconic sound of a lightsaber blade igniting. You open your eyes to behold your weapon thrumming before you. Its glowing blue plasma blade reflected in your eyes. Over the next few weeks, your training progresses to honing mastery over your new blade. Your movements flow smoothly from one form to the next in sparring matches. The saber becomes like an extension of your own body, perfectly balanced and attuned to your touch. In combat drills against remotes, you deflect incoming stun bolts with rapid reflexes earned through long practice. Finally, the day arrives when you will face your greatest test yet. Sparring against your own master in the temple training hall. Apprentice defeating master with non-lethal blades remains one of the final rituals in becoming a full Jedi Knight. Excitement and anxiety churn within you as you enter the torch-lit hall and ignite the saber with a distinctive snap and hiss. Your master activates his own blade in answer. The blade is an outer expression of the heart. Let us see how far you have come, my former Padawan. With a respectful salute, the duel begins. You leap forward, blade angled at a testing first strike. A dizzying clash of blows follows as you feel each other out, blue plasma flashing rapidly. Even one missed parry could mean bruising or burns. You give no quarter, doing your utmost to penetrate your master's guard. He comes dangerously close as you struggle to hold off his fierce experience. With a sharp turn of his wrist, your master feints left and whips his blade in from the right, forcing you into a frantic retreat. You realize he has only been toying with you until now. Jaw clenched, you draw deeply on the force, determined to meet his full, ruthless, offensive strength for strength. You become a vessel, letting power flow through you unchecked. In this state, your reactions take on near precognitive speed, foreseeing each strike before it happens. Together you become a dazzling wheel of lethal motion, boots scuffling wildly on the stone floor. Still evenly matched, the duel seems it may rage without end. But the intensity cannot last. Your master is tiring, reactions slowing fractionally as his age outweighs experience. With startling clarity, you realize the moment to strike has come. Allowing the force to guide your hand, you feint a high slash, then pivot low into an unstoppable thrust. Your blade finds its mark, burying deep in your master's abdomen. You both stand frozen for a terrible moment. Disbelief wars with pained acceptance in your master's face. Then his deactivated lightsaber clatters to the floor alongside your still embedded blade. You have won. You release your hilt as if stung, horrified by what you have done in the intensity of combat. You grab your master's shoulders as he sinks to his knees. Master, forgive me. I did not intend. But he shakes his head firmly, features tight with pain yet composed. No forgiveness needed. You did only what was required for victory. Such is the way of battle. He winces, hand pressed to the grievous wound. Help me to the healing ward. Then go inform the council. Your training is complete. You are a Jedi Knight. Relief and joy mingle with sadness in you as you support him out of the hall. Never would you intentionally have harmed your master in cold blood. But he is right. You dueled as equals, and the victor is decided. By custom and right, you take your place now as knight within the order. Days later, fully recovered from his injury, your master stands once more beside you within the High Council chamber. Confer upon you now the rank of Jedi Knight. The council does. Master Yoda intones solemnly. But remain mindful always of the dangers pride and power present to one strong in the Force. Valuable guidance your master still provides, though you walk your own path now. You bow your head respectfully. Thank you, masters. I vow to uphold the code and ideals of the Order. With the ceremony complete, your master embraces you proudly. You are free to go now, Knight. Trust in the Force's guidance. It has served you this far. Taking your leave, you stride from the chamber with head high. No longer merely another apprentice, you have earned your place. A true Jedi Knight at last. New worlds of possibility seem open before you. In the weeks that follow, you must adjust to the new freedoms and responsibilities of knighthood. No longer tied to a master's side, you undertake solo missions for the Republic, rooting out crime syndicates, mediating trade disputes, protecting civilians in war-torn systems. And like all Jedi, you stand as guardian of justice in the galaxy. Between assignments, you return to the temple where your presence now commands newfound respect in the halls. Between assignments, you return to the temple where your presence now commands newfound respect in the halls. Padawans gaze at you with admiration. Rumors of your uncompromising dueling victory have spread. Some Jedi maintain cool reserve, as if uncertain what to make of your potential. But you pay them little mind. When not on missions, you dedicate time to academic research and the archives. Something continues to draw you to seek out forgotten Sith teachings and rituals, though you tell yourself your interest is merely scholarly. Tactics used against the enemy must be understood, after all. You have your own temple quarters now with more privacy to meditate and reflect. Kneeling on the floor one night, Surrounded by open Sith texts, an astonishing thought strikes you suddenly. The Jedi and Sith orders need not exist in endless opposition as commonly believed. Truly, there are two sides to the Force, light and dark, but what if the discord lies not in the Force itself, but only in the Order's inability to see they each manifest but half of a whole? What if light and dark could be reconciled through balance instead of endless war? Passion tempered by peace, strength sustained by grace. You sense this has been the true crux of your inner conflict since youth. An unwillingness to deny any aspect of the Force, no matter how you've tried to purge feelings deemed inappropriate by the orthodox Jedi. In your heart of hearts, you've always known it should not be so. Could any other Jedi understand if you tried to explain this revelation? No. Old habits and fears run too deep in the Order. But perhaps in time the truth may be gently spread by your example, if nothing else. For now you must walk the knife's edge alone, seeking balance between the two sides. The Force is neither light nor dark, but simply the Force. In all its beautiful, terrible totality, you realize this with calm certainty. You close the Sith text, mind ablaze with budding possibilities. The passing years will reveal what shape your newfound understanding may take. For now, you're ready for sleep. The next years are filled with more solo missions to widening corners of the Republic, along with periods of study and reflection back at the temple. You befriend other open-minded knights and pass on gently your unconventional views on embracing emotions without being consumed by them. Some nod thoughtfully at your speeches, others remain unmoved. Yet you persist. Progress is incremental, but you are patient. Frustratingly, though, the Council's distrust towards you lingers, perhaps even grows. They speak diplomatically enough during mission briefings, but their hawk-like scrutiny of your every move, word, and report leaves you simmering. After decades of devoted service, they still wait watchfully for any sign of deviation from orthodoxy. You take care to shield your true feelings when around them, presenting only a projection of the ideal Jedi Knight they expect you to be. Better not to provoke them needlessly before your influence grows. And yet, a rebellious part of you hungers for the freedom to embrace and speak all your insights without prudent restraints. For now, you curb your tongue. There may come a time to act boldly, but it has not yet arrived. For now, you seek outlets elsewhere. During lengthy hyperspace journeys, you practice with your lightsaber to hours on end, honing your skills even sharper. You delve deeper into obscure sorceries in the archives, no longer caring if your interest seems suspicious. When pursuit of a target gets drawn out, you tap increasingly into aggression and even satisfaction upon finally exacting justice. True darkness has no hold over you. You rely on passions without being mastered by them, or so you believe. In quiet moments of meditation, A small voice sometimes questions whether you toe to a precarious line. Passion and emotion by nature seek to control and consume if not checked. Have you truly mastered balance as you claim, or only slipped further in a gradual descent down a darkened path? You silence the boresome doubts fiercely. The Force guides you, and your connection to it only grows mightier. Serenely, you continue on your self-appointed path, until one fateful mission changes everything. The Council summons you to investigate a hidden readout of the Sith, where stolen Jedi artifacts are allegedly being stored. Such a sacrilege cannot be allowed to persist. The Council orders you to infiltrate swiftly and destroy the entire complex before it vanishes again. Landing your starship discreetly amidst desert mesas on a remote world, you stealthily approach the ancient stone temple under moonlight. The dark side hangs heavy here. Strange shrieks echo from within, along with a pulsing crimson glow in the carved window slits. Your lightsaber thrums to life in your hand, casting your face in icy blue as you prepare to storm the accursed place alone. Shadows swarm alarmingly as you slash your blade through stone and mortar barring entry. The shrieks and pulse intensify in fury. You wade heedlessly through the darkness, dispatching nightmarish creatures with efficiency slashes as you demolish idol, relic, and whatever else crosses your path. In this moment, you are vengeance incarnate, determined to expunge this blasphemy completely. When the last idol crashes to the ground, you stand amidst smouldering rubble, breathing heavily. It is done. No trace remains of the Sith's sacrilege. A wave of grim satisfaction crashes over you. This victory, this righteous annihilation, is only a small taste of the cleansing justice you could one day wreak on all the Sith Order's corrupting influences. But hard on that dizzying thought's heels comes horrifying realization. Force, what have you done? The Council ordered only the artifacts destroyed, not wholesale slaughter. For your motivation just now had not been duty, but raw passion, fury, hatred, thrill of destruction. The very dark side energies you convinced yourself you'd learn to temper and control. A profound numbness spreads through your limbs. For the first time, you truly recognize the line that you have crossed. Passion had gained gradual mastery over you rather than the reverse. Your choices can only lead further down this damned road. To continue would mean forsaking the Jedi path completely. Through the settling smoke appears a figure you had sensed observing hidden in the darkness. An actual flesh and blood Sith. His red blade ignites as he surveys you, standing stagger amidst the smouldering ruins. What a waste, he hisses through his fearsome mask. All that power turned against itself by Jedi programming. You could be so much more if only you dared. Righteous rage flares in you at his words. In answer, you leap through the swirling ashes and lock blades with your foe. A sinister chuckle echoes from his mask as he rapidly drives you back, consumed by darkness, fueled fury, while he retains cold control. Look at you now, the perfect Jedi, he taunts, as your unstable blow glance off his effortless defense. No freedom, no truth, only pathetic denial of your own strength. With a growl, you unleash a reckless whirlwind series of strikes, drawing deep on emotion to try and overwhelm him through sheer force. But your fury blinds you. With almost casual ease he parries, piercing your defenses. His red blade plunges through your chest, just above the heart. Agony and shock crashes over you. Lungs heaving desperately for air, you sink to your knees. Your foe stands over you, tilting his head as if in curiosity. This shadowy executioner once walked the same path as you in his younger days. But he turned from the light completely, seduced by the dark side's temptation of power without limits. And now your futile struggle ends here, unless it did not have to be this way. The Sith muses calmly, as if to himself. You are so close to transcending their lies. He raises his blade dramatically for the finishing blow. With your last flicker of strength, you drop your weapon and raise an empty hand, open palm. No, I see the truth now. Your voice is choked, but resolved. There is no strength in passion alone, only ruin. Please, help me back to the light. Your enemy hesitates, snarled words dying in his shadowed throat. Silence hangs over the ruins. Then with a growl of frustration, he deactivates his blade and turns away. Then crawl away and perish, slave of the Jedi. I have better uses for my time than mercy. His boots scrape sharply on the rubble as he moves to leave. Blood bubbles up in your throat as your punctured organs fail. But you just have enough life left to gradually call after his retreating back. There is still hope for you too, my friend. It is never too late. If he makes any response, you do not hear over the roaring in your ears as the world fades. With your remaining heartbeats, you center every fiber of your being back on the light, releasing fear and regret. If this is your end, You choose to meet it in peace and hope, not darkness. You surrender yourself to the Force fully and awaken somehow on the temple landing pad, bandaged and agonized but alive. It seems the Sith showed you one last cryptic mercy in dumping your body here instead of leaving you to rot. Now, by the hands of your Jedi King, you have impossibly been pulled back from the brink of death. They come to you, full of urgency and questions about the mission. But you raise a shaking hand. There will be time later for explanations. Help me relearn the light, you rasp simply. And as they surround your bedside, faces softening in compassion, you feel the first true rays of light begin seeping back in after so long lost in shadow. There can be no going back to what you once were. Scars inside and out will remain. The road to recovering wisdom and balance will be long and painful. But you will walk it once again, one difficult step at a time. Your old arrogance has burned away for good in flames that you helped ignite. With quiet humility, you offer yourself up to the Council's guidance. To your mild surprise, they respond not with distrust but understanding and even relief. Support your steps back, we will, young one, Master Yoda assures you. Ancient eyes, grave but kind. The greater our gifts, the farther we can fall, but never lost is the light to those who seek it. As your wounds slowly mend under careful Jedi ministrations, you meditate often on the hard lessons circumstances force you to learn. The light cannot flourish untended even in the most noble soul. Its flame must be respected, nurtured, and protected against the winds of dark, which are always ready to extinguish when left unchecked. Passion may have fuel and fire, but only peace grants insight. Through peace comes wisdom and self-control, the safeguards against destruction. Never one can walk the razor's edge between light and dark without eventually losing balance and falling. Your old master's guidance echoes again in your mind. Trust in the Force to guide you. It has served you this far. When you finally take up your lightsaber again for simple practice forms, the familiar weight and hum no longer feels like an outlet for your own power, but just a tool to help protect others when needed. You make a full recovery in time, though the ordeal leaves its mark in unexpected ways. Your connection to the Force emerges changed. Where once you reached eagerly for more power, now you draw only on what you need, channeling the Force more as a gentle stream than raging tempest. Your presence reassures others rather than putting them ill at ease. In you, the Council finally sees balance, and given time they offer you a seat among them. Though initially unsure if you deserve such honor, you accept humbly. From your new position, you provide perspective shaped by difficult experience, When distrustful whispers circulate about dangerous new ideology spreading through the galaxy, you advocate patience and compassion over reactionary fear. The Republic endures its own trials during this time, but the Order remains a sanctuary of contemplation under your counsel. In later years, as your hair greys and bones grow wearied, you step back from active duties, passing the title of Master to a new generation. You spend your final days in quiet meditation, communing with the living force, now so much closer as your own living days dwindle. When the end draws near, you have no regrets. Despite stumbling badly once on an overgrown side path, you found your way again with help from others. Your steps walk the proper course once more. Giving your life over to contemplation of the light has awarded you a sense of deep, abiding peace. One day in meditation, you sense your time has come at last. Opening your eyes, you gaze one final time at the light streaming through your chamber windows, and with a deep sigh, you allow your eyes to close and consciously release your grip on life and this material realm. A perfect, crystalline silence enfolds your senses as you surrender yourself fully to the Force. Your last distinct sensation is the brush of a feather on your cheek. But there is no sadness in this farewell. Only gratitude for the privilege of getting to exist at all. Your journey hence stretches ahead into luminous mystery, and you welcome it sincerely, a spirit returning to spirit. May the light you helped rekindle go on guiding others after your mortal flame has dissolved. With this final thought, you pass gently out of the life you once knew, and onward once more.